Hello, 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 and welcome to Creative Quarantine Springfield. We are cranking out the days, y'all. Cranking out the days, y'all. We are down to day 18. I know I seem a little like non-energetic. I'm getting my flow back, y'all, because trying to keep up with my energy level has been my biggest challenge. But things are moving smoothly. I don't know if you had a chance to tune into yesterday's show. We got a couple of dialogues with a couple of the artists that gave us imparted a lot of very important information from their own perspective on what the creative process is. And I thought that was very, very exciting. We're hoping to do some more of that before this whole process is over. But y'all, guess what? We got 13 days to go. And so most artists are in the studio cranking, trying to get up to speed, trying to keep up the momentum, trying to keep the energy level up, trying to keep the enthusiasm level up. And that's kind of what this thing is all about. So it's what it's all about, y'all. We are in the throes of our, what's this? Our third week? Yes, third week of constant work. We have actually completed 78 and a half hours of programming. That's more than 3 days straight, lining them up back to back. So, and most of the content we posted during this period of time has been new content. So I'm hoping you guys have a chance to binge watch because there's plenty to binge watch. If you go to my YouTube channel at Larry Poncho Brown, just put in the search window on YouTube, Larry Poncho Brown, it'll come up. Please subscribe to my channel, y'all. And I have a playlist of the first 13, maybe the first 17 shows. How's about that? There you go. So, yeah, it's one of those kind of days where everybody's trying to get themselves situated and moving things on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this party started myself by doing my presentation for the day. And maybe by then my co-pilot will be back on and we can get this party started. What can I say, y'all? We are at day 18. I think that makes it 13 days left in the process. Overall, I'm holding up. Everybody else seems to be holding up. A couple might be cracking at the seams, but I think most people are holding on. I think the reality that this is more than halfway over is affecting people in a different way. Everybody who is on track is pressured by how much time is left. I've even had LaShawn Beal and Karen Clark say to me, they wish it was another month. That shows you just the drive and dedication of some of the artists who want to go through 60 days of this. This is grueling if you have a life. And the disadvantage of the way this thing ended up turning virtually means that everybody's living in their lives. So isolated like we would have been, you wouldn't have been able to get no phone calls from nobody. If somebody needs something, you wouldn't have been able to just do it. You were in a different state, different location, bringing whatever you could bring on your back to that location. At home, you got the comforts of home. You got your family, you got your stove, you got your TV set. So now you still have it's your focus. The quarantine aspect is your focus in your space and in your work, but your environment is not as isolated. Even though we're in a pandemic quarantine situation, your mindset is still it has a level of comfort zone. Whereas when you were in a live location, it's totally unknown. And that was one factor that I love of the original quarantine is that you were in a location and you had to deal with what restaurants were in the area, what stimuli you had. It was all based on what was in that area. So it's just a big learning experience for me right now, seeing the different things that artists are having to deal with regard to connectivity. This weekend, we tried to do some conversations with artists on subjects with motherhood and art and aging gracefully in art and thinking outside the box. I even had a conversation with Charles Bibbs about the potential of the quarantine based on what we've done before. And so I think it was a very fruitful weekend. I'm going to try to incorporate a little bit more of that before the quarantine ends in 13 days. We're also now gearing up after talking to Rosemary Tracy Woods yesterday. She shed a lot of really good light on the artist gallery relationship and where we struggle and her struggles with grant funding and funding in general and support in general, community support in general. And so we touched on a lot of really good subjects on yesterday's episode. So if you did get a chance to see it, day 17, check it out. I think it's got a lot of noteworthy information in there. Moving forward, more artists are now submitting their works for their portfolios. The portfolios online that we show on the show are going to start increasing because everybody now is posting their work. Everybody has a momentum now. So we got a few that haven't posted things yet, but we still got 13 days. They have their process, and it's not a race. It's not an issue of quantity. But we are hoping the artists will begin to post some of the things they've created. I tried some new things today. I did some casting, some clear casting. And don't ask me how it came out, okay? I really don't know how it came out. I tried some new supplies. I'll know tomorrow. Tomorrow will be my my unveiling day. And if by chance the practice run on that works out okay, then I'll show you the results. Other than that, I got to move towards my big stuff. This has to be a very, very productive week for me. Because to be honest with you, this weekend, I wasn't as productive as I would like to be. And we all got our own standards. And yes, I am producing the show. So I am that person that's got multiple responsibilities. But I still have goals set for myself for this event. And I'm a little behind what I had intended to do. I wanted to do a 2-piece a day kind of an existence. It put me around 60 pieces towards the end. Right now, I'm a little behind that pace as of day 18. 18 means I'm supposed to have 36 pieces done, and I might be at around 31, counting even collaborations, because the collaborations are coming in now. So folks are now getting their pieces. They've worked on them. They're sending them back. So I'm looking forward to some real exciting work coming in the next. And this week, I think, is going to be the week we see some big stuff being done. So I'm also trying to move towards my larger pieces now that I've done several medium to small size pieces, done a couple of sculptural pieces. I got a couple of things I want to do that are assemblages. I got a lot of things I want to do. So I'm like everybody else. I'm still pumped up and enthusiastic about the possibilities. But the one thing we all share in this thing is the clock. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. And the calendar. Flip, flip, flip. So with that being said, I am going to find out what I'm doing today and try to get back into my momentum that I'd set for the show and for the event itself. Other than that, I'm very, very pleased with everybody's progression. We're planning to do a Zoom artist meeting tomorrow just to kind of chit chat and go over a few items. But I think the vast majority of the participants have found their way and they're moving into it. And you see that reflected online. So that's what's up, y'all. And I really appreciate the artists, asking them to share their ideas and their position on certain things. Really isn't part of the quarantine to do that publicly. We would normally be doing that in a private setting. And so the fact that we're able to air those things, I think all artists should be commended for doing that, because we're sharing information on a level with this platform that we've not shared before. So I'm very, very happy about that. Yes, some artists are open and the open booking will just tell you what their experiences are. And some artists are very evasive. You can feel it, you can see it. And I'm not saying one is better than the other, but with 12 participants, it gives you a cross section of where you are. You can look at which characters are here and which artists are here and pick which one you want to model yourself after, whether it be that machine, Karen Clark, that Southern woman, Deborah Shedrick, and the carefree way she creates. Everybody's got a different vibe. LaShawn is just intense with his focus to see how he's just in it. You know, I'm just pointing out the ones that I think are the professional artists in the group, because we have all different levels of artists in this group. We got some hobbyists. Well, I had one artist call herself a hobbyist yesterday, which was a surprise to me. And then you have people who had never really shown like some of the artists have. The professional artists that's on this list have all shown quite extensively and been doing this 40 years, 35 years. Sometimes they've been doing it longer than the older members of the groups because they've been that involved in the business. Deborah Shedrick being one of the LaShawn and myself, I have 40 years in by myself. And so it's nice to be able to impart certain wisdom or information to artists, and we've done a lot of that. I've been enjoying working with Frankie Barrero. I've been enjoying working with Michelle and Lorraine, who came into this thing with some pretty adequate technical challenges, and she's found her way, and I'm loving that. So we're just hoping that in the next 13 days, you will begin to see the fruit of all of the labor that's been invested so far from day one. And so with that, I'm going to get back into it. This is some of my sculptural side. This is a Bobo sun mask based on real masks made like this from Africa. It's actually made out of cables, spools, mop head, and little teeny wood pieces. And then I hand painted it. And I've found a piece of wood to make that nose feature. So I do some three-dimensional stuff. These are some casted masks that I've done. These were all sculpted in clay. And then I cast them and paint them by hand. You know, these, you can't see these, dude. Hopefully you see the plastic, but that's how the Bobo mask started, as these. I look for these wooden cable things. Just wood that's got holes drilled in them. You would normally see this on the top and the bottom, and the cables would be on these. Some people make tables and stuff by them. I paint on them. And over here is another mask form that was casted and assembled together with wood, and I have some laser cut Dinker symbols. And you see that same dry brush technique that I do on my paintings, I've actually done on the details of his face. You know, and here's a little small piece I did for the quarantine this year. She's kind of cute. And she's made out of found objects and a little piece I sculpted out of acrylic medium of all things. So yeah, I'm pretty. This is a mask that I painted from another quarantine from California. Actually, it was an African Kenyan belly mask. And I just painted her. If you look at it, it looks like a mask. But when you get beside her, you see it's actually a pregnant woman. And along the way, I've also done other pieces that are, you know, these are all stoneware sculpture pieces that are fired in very much in the way that Karen Clark does. That first one is casted from a piece, and the other one is a ceramic piece that I did. I like hand building. Those are some more masks that I'm working on, or I had worked on. Those are all ceramic pieces that have been glazed. And behind my computer back here is a armature to a sculpture and a reference sculpture that I'm going to do my first bronze figure with, that I'm going to work on this year. And here's all of the small pieces that I've created so far that are thrown on this table to get them out of the way. But yes, sculpture is a very important part of what I do. I got a piece over here that's kind of This piece right here is a piece that I did with Karen Clark last summer. She was made of over 100 pounds of clay. And I'm going to probably pull her out a little later so you can see her a little better. I got some stuff piled around her right now. But we was intended to her braids be red. And this is a case where the temperature wasn't quite where we needed it. And so we got the details, but we didn't get the color. And over there, hiding in that area right there, is my very first bust done out of clay. It was never finished, but being motivated to do that. So yeah, sculpture is it for me. I love it. It's one of this is the back end of that sculpture piece. I did her braids and cut it kind of deep, and they're red and glossy, and I love that against that darkness of her skin. So that's kind of where I am with the whole sculptural thing. I have a few pieces around here that we're trying to show you. I was hoping to be able to get something done with this character here. A friend of mine has a store, shout out Shimmy Sister, and she was not using her anymore. And I'm wanting to finish her before the quarantine's over. We'll see if I get to that. 13 days left, I don't know. Here's another one of those boba masks made out of found objects in mop head. So that's my goal, is to do some of that. So today I decided to pull out some of my casting supplies. I've sculpted some stuff before. So I found some of my figures. Here's another mold that I made. It's made out of silicone rubber, and it's made out of an outside fiberglass cover. But I think I'm going to revive that and pour some pieces out of it. Ordering some black resin. Should be here before the quarantine's over. And I'll be able to cast a couple of faces. Now today I'm in the hallway because I don't play with certain things. And I'm experimenting around with a clear resin. And so I have my old molds out. I'm trying a new resin that doesn't require a whole lot of ventilation, doesn't have a lot of smell to it. It's supposed to be crystal clear without me having to do any kind of bubble removal or pressure. And these are old silicone molds that I made on faces. It's tacking up very slow. It's a 2-part, 1 part clear and a half part hardener mixture. And so I'm going to let these set, if I need to, all night, and maybe unveil them tomorrow with some surprises. And so that's 2 that I'm working on. I'm also using some release that I use inside, so it'd be easy for me to remove them. I got myself a can of, you gotta have your right supplies, right? So I got the 3 of them, the dust off duster, so I can spray any debris that's in those molds. And I have the easy release. You spray that inside, so whatever you put in, whether it be clay or wax or plaster, that it will release from the mold. Now, I'll do one of these step by step when I do the next batch. This is the new material that I'm experimenting around with. It's called Smart Epoxy Deep Pour. This is for pouring things up to 2 inches in depth. So far, I like it. It's a simple 1-2-step process. It's 2 to 1. So, and I used a pretty nice sized container to mix that up. I mixed a container this big. I don't know how many measurements that is, but I was able to pour 2 2-inch pieces. And I said I had some surprises because I put these little eyes in it. Don't ask me where I got them from, but they're little teeny eyes. I don't know if I can get it in focus for you. They're made out of plastic. One more time. Focus, focus, focus. There it is. So I dropped those inside of the clear. And so, yeah, I'm experimenting around. We'll see how those things turn out. But for right now, I'm going to sign off and get back over to one of the busiest drawing tables I've had in a while. Finishing up. I got Karen's mask right in front of me. My collaborations by LaShawn Beal are coming together. I'm starting to work on a couple of my 3D pieces in the background back there. So that's where I am. We are working it out and signing off. You know, I went through my archive and I found what I consider lost tapes of the first quarantines. I played one the other day that was the exit interviews of doing Quarantine 2007 with Charles Bibbs, Deborah Shedrick, Gwen Renford, and myself. And it was really nice to hear a fresh perspective of artists. This was us 14 years ago or something like that. Everybody's looking younger and no gray, and but the information imparted through that exit interview was really, really powerful. And so if you got a chance to look at that again. Today I found two older videos of our very first quarantine and the quarantine in 2009 with Andre Thompson, Grace Keesa, myself, and Gwen Renford. And so I'm going to play one of those this evening as I get ready to get myself ready to wind down the day. I hope you get a chance to enjoy those because they give you an overview of what the real concept behind the quarantine and the experience that artists had participating in it. Other than that, my energy's good. I made the mistake of going to sleep at 3:30 yesterday, 3:30 a.m., which means I didn't start my day today till almost 1 o'clock. And so that did quite diminished my day. But I'm also trying to, as a person living with cancer, govern my rest and as much as I can, because if I have to get rest, there's no way. Other than that, my energy level will tank, and this will all be for naught. And I don't want you guys to experience that on the air. But other than that, I'm doing well, pacing myself. 13 days to go, though, y'all. So I'm going to wind this day down and get ready for another day.
older pieces that I had already, and I want to kind of change them up. And so I'm putting them. I'm gonna try some of the dry brushing, but I'm using oil paint, so it'll be a little different than the dry brushing that you've seen, like Puncher's done and other people have done. So this is like, since it's oil painting, it's kind of hard to say it's dry brushing, but and I'm probably gonna use like a palette knife or something because I want it to have. And so I'm choosing certain colors as opposed to these bright colors. I don't know. So, and these have clearly been in the container way too long because they just literally popped out of the paint just kind of popped out on me. A lot of times here, we live up in Colorado, the altitude gets to containers, especially if they come from down low. So if you have stuff that comes from down low and bring it up high, and I can clean this out. The top is full. Yep, the top is full, so I'm just gonna take some of that out, and I'll clean my little scissors off so that I can close the top back. And it's just the top is just getting fuller. So sometimes when you're up high and
sorry for the mumbling.
so like I said, sometimes the altitude will cause things to act a little different, a little crazy. So these are some older images that I had, and so I'm gonna switch them up. I'm gonna turn you down. So I'm gonna do a little something with them and just kind of play around with it. I have no idea how it's gonna turn out or what it's gonna look like. I'm just kind of, but I do have some like silvers and gold that I want to try. So I'm just gonna be going over them a little bit with these colors. And like I said, it'll be similar to what Contra does, but it's instead of using a brush, I'm actually sweeping over these with more of a palette knife. And actually, I am liking what I'm seeing. So already, I'm liking what I'm seeing. So this is going to be more similar to an abstract as opposed to this way, something more figurative. So, which is cool because I like that. And since I'm using a palette knife and not necessarily one of the Poncho to use was a filbert brush so that you didn't get the lines. And since I'm using the palette knife, it's kind of hard not to get the lines. So I'll be doing some redirecting as well. So it's not lines. So we'll see me doing it. Move the palette knife around a little bit so that not create too much a line pattern everywhere. So I'm gonna go back in and I'm gonna add some other color, and I'm probably gonna paint a little bit on top of it too. I'm not sure. Like I said, this whole thing is kind of new for me. So I'm just kind of playing around with it. I'm just gonna play around with it. I do like what I'm seeing as far as the brush is going on, how the color is. Wow. I am liking that. doing some edges too. I really do like this. I like what's going on with it. So I hope you like what's going on with it. So totally different from what you would probably see me do. And so that's what this piece is all about, doing something a little different from what you rarely see me do abstracts ever, right? So I'll just one here too. Let's get some more. So I had to change my shirt. So that's what I did. And I hope you can hear me because I think I was talking a little low. So I'm going to talk just a little louder because I know Pancho, they're like, you're talking too loudly. So I'll talk a little louder. So there we go. There we go. And I'll bring this over just a little bit more. And that way you can hear me better. So I'm just going to do this. Add some down here. Add some more. And I'm just having some fun with this. So having fun with it. So I'm going to cover over my name and re-sign it. Covering up, cover over my signature and then re-sign it later, after. Because now it's new. The old picture's gone. So it needs a new signature. Something new. Right? We're gonna go over that. Now this paint is a little stronger than the other paint, so definitely don't want to do this for a long period of time. I'm gonna get my finger out. I use this because I don't want to breathe in all this stuff, but I like that. I do like what's going on here. I do have some gold. So I think I'm just gonna have a little fun with the gold by adding a little bit of that gold in. Not a lot, just here and there. Add some gold in there. Okay, so I don't want a lot of the gold. So I'm just gonna have a little fun adding the gold in, but not adding too much of it because I don't want the silver is what I want to kind of focus on. So I'm not gonna add a lot of gold in here. You know, it might have a little more gold on one side than on the other side. But I do know I don't want the gold to be the dominant. I don't want the gold to be the dominant, so, but I do want to add it on all sides. There we go. So, right, so I'm digging this. I'm digging this. Look at my hands. Yes. Now I want to come in with, I have some, this sort of darker color, dark blue. I want to bring that into certain areas of the piece, not areas of the piece, but I want to bring some, introduce some dark color into it. Let's see if I like that. Oh, this is so all experimental for me. Let's see if I like it. It's okay. So, I would like, I guess what I would like is some black. And so now I'm going to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add, put down just a little more of the silver. see how it is on paper. I'm gonna, there we go. I didn't like it. I rather have it a little less ice.
So, Louise, what are you doing?
Well,
Other than doing a mad series of mumbling while you work,
it's like a mad scientist happening.
maybe you can fill in some of the blanks. You are deep in thought, and I believe you work like this normally. I don't think this is just for presentation's sake. I think when you're in that studio late at night and your family's hunkering down, that you're probably having conversations with yourself.
I do have conversations with myself, I must admit, but no, I was talking to the screen and I have no idea why it is so low because I was talking so loudly.
There's nothing loud about that at all.
I was talking very
But
loud.
it's funny though, the device microphones go to others' ambient sound sometimes before they go to a voice.
Right, because when I was like, why is the scraping so loud?
Exactly.
So these are the pieces I was showing you yesterday that I had dug up out of my basement and wanted to revisit. And so I went back over them with oil paint, but I used a palette knife because I felt that would work a little better than a brush. Creating
Now, did these start out as oil pieces?
Yeah, these are oil pieces.
Okay.
And so they were already oil pieces. So I decided to just go back on top with oil, but I also use that quick dry, that non-toxic walnut quick dry that I had showed you. And so they're actually over there. They should be fine tomorrow. And I'm going to go back on top of some of them just as I look at it. And but so what I'm doing is going back over them, because one of the things I always think about is if the piece is still there, it's either not finished or something else is going on with it. And so I like to try to add to them because they were still sitting, and these probably was just still here because I had already transcended to a whole nother style and doing some other things. But when I pulled them out, I was like, I want to do something different with them. I want to do something else because I love that thick canvas. I love that. And so I'm like, let me do something different with it.
I use a lot of those with my work.
Yeah. So
especially my smaller pieces.
And so it was nice finding those and then trying out, in an oil kind of style, that the technique that you do when you dry brush. And I don't know if this could be considered dry brushing, but it's that's the idea that I was going with when I started creating them. And I really, really like the way they turned out. I sent them to you.
I got them. I'm going to show them right after you finish with your session. I'm going to show them.
So I really liked how they turned out, even, because now they were in a style that I had did several years ago, and I love it. And it was still dealing with, no face images and all that kind of stuff. So, and then this one, same thing, but these were, remember when I showed you the metal corner piece? These were a part of that series.
Okay.
The faces were made exactly like the metal corner pieces were. And so, but now, since I've moved on, and one of the things that I say in one of my other videos is some pieces you move on from and they're become a part of your history pieces. And then some pieces you go back and revisit and make something else with them if that's what you're feeling like. So I do have older pieces that are part of my history. And then these pieces I felt, you know what, I want to revisit them and do something different. And I really like the way they turned out. So
it's interesting you say that. I never paint over something that was painted before. Now I've gone back to a piece and added something to it to add more information.
Right.
But I very seldom, like I listened to Lorraine the other day, and she says she goes back and she paints over the stuff. Right. So it's interesting to see how different people do that. Right.
And I think that's, and because in oil, it's so easy to go back. But I must admit, this is the first time I've ever painted over something. This is the first time I've actually ever painted over something. So what I'm thinking is I wasn't real happy with them in the first place, because normally when I do something, I'm happy with it. But that's what I mean when I say I went back and revisited it. It's obviously something I wasn't thrilled about in the beginning. And then just kind of was like, oh, okay, I'm done with it. But then when I looked at it, it wasn't something that I was happy with. So I really like this. I really love what I did to that image.
The great thing I like about it too is it really shows the kind of experimentation we've been doing during the quarantine. It's just like thinking outside the box, getting away from that normal flow of how you create stuff, while still leaving a piece of how you currently work into it.
Right. Yeah. Because doing that in oil, doing my style in oil, I would have never, because I've had people, they're like, Louise, why do you use watercolor paper? You can use the canvas, because they have a canvas style of watercolor paper. And people were always like, you can use that. Why would you just, I said, I like watercolor paper in the state that watercolor paper is in. I love that. And
that's my favorite surface to work on, period.
Right. I said, I love watercolor paper. I don't want to use a canvas coated. I don't want to use that.
And I like cold press watercolor paper.
Yes. Yes. I like a very textured watercolor paper. And so like, I would have never done my my people on this kind of paper. I on canvas. I never would. But when I was doing that, it's like you said, it was all about experimenting with what can I possibly do. And I loved it. I love the subtleness of color that was in it, because normally my stuff is very vibrant. It's like right there in your face, very colorful. And so while I was doing this, I couldn't get those bam colors, because that silver was working me.
I know you did grab a pretty adventurous color to work with. Silver is not very forgiving, but again,
it is not, and it just sucked everything. He's like, thank you. I was like, oh.
No, but the results was pretty good.
I really like what happened. Yeah, I love what came out of it, and just was really pleased with it, because I like doing these kind of people, the solitary male figure. I love doing that in a peaceful state.
Well, I'm going to take us out of the equation and let people listen closely and intently to your conversation with your piece.
Right. That's why I talk like that, so people could really focus in.
All righty.
But I also like to see what happens. What direction? What kind of direction we are doing with me doing what I do. So I'm going to come in and add some more color. And I'm going to mix it in the colors right now. So just kind of having some fun. Just kind of having some fun with what I'm doing. And, just having some fun with it to see what, how it transpires. So, so I'm just going to add some color to him. Add a little color to him. I'm going to take some of the paint off my brush. So I'm just going to add a little color to this guy. And yes, it is a guy. Those that want to know, this is a guy. So, and each time, because of how heavy some of the other paint is, I am taking excess paint off my brush. because there is paint on the. That's why I'm removing the extra paint off the brush. Because you can see when I put it on there again, if you don't take it off, then you get gray, and I really want the brown, or this sort of brownish color. And do the same thing here. Just gonna mix with that black anyway. Because I did the black outline, the big chunky black outline. That's what I did. And it's gonna mix a little bit because of the leaf. The leaf is gonna mix it, which is okay because I'm gonna probably go over all of this tomorrow anyway. I'm probably gonna go over it all again tomorrow because I'm gonna let it set. So you can see, you can start seeing him come into, you can start seeing this guy. He's showing up. I can see him showing up, and he's showing up good. He's showing up big time. There we go. So like I said, I'm just having some fun with paint and just letting it do what it do. So that's the whole thing, is just letting it do what it does and not worrying so much about what it's not doing. I know. Just letting it do what it's doing and not worry about what it's not doing or what's not happening with it. Because I don't really care what's not happening with it. I just care about what is happening with it. Now let's see if we could do some colors on his clothing. Let's see, what kind of colors can we use? I didn't bring that many colors over because I was just having some fun. So let's see what this looks like. We're gonna add some other color to him. Just to his clothing. I think it'll be fun to add some color to his clothing. Yeah, so I'm gonna add a little, I'm just gonna add a little red to his clothing here. Let's have some fun with it. There we go. Add a little red to his clothes. There we go. And I'm not trying to, there. I like having it where it's a little vague, which is kind of nice, having his garment be a little vague. I like that. And like I said, since I'm painting on the leaf, it's really vague. If you can see that. Yeah. It's nice and vague. I like that. So I'm really because I like what's going on with his pants. So I'm gonna leave those the way they are. I'm gonna brush off a little bit. And but I do think I'm gonna throw in like some vegetation. Throw in some vegetation. So let's see. We'll throw in some vegetation. Actually, I'm gonna use this bigger brush. Put in some vegetation. And I do have some green here. So let's just see. We'll just see what that looks like. You know, for me, it's just all just fun. So let's see what that looks like. Putting in some vegetation. vegetation. A big chunk of that. I don't want that big chunk of that. So who's really interested in its so with that in mind, it just lets me know how to deal with the silver as I move forward with the silver color. So it gives me an idea of how I want to deal with silver, how I want to deal with silver. And some of the other colors gives me an idea of how I want to deal with that. And it shows me how often I want to clean my brush off when I come back, because the silver is remaining on the brush when I put it back on. So you can see how many times I'm going back through that stroke because of how the silver is dressing. I like that. It's I do like the vagueness of it. I do love the vagueness of it. I love that it's not a crystal clear image. I do like that about it. And so, and do a little down at the bottom, just to show some earth tones down here. That's what I do. It's sitting on the earth, just to give that sweet earth tone feel. Yeah, that's where it is. It's not. A little bit of tip. Get this, and that was doing on the earth. Oh, I love that. I love that. Okay. Totally liking this a lot. I'm gonna do the gold one. Good one, gold. Alright, and I'm going to do the gold one. I think that should be fun. Cool. So, I like start this way a little bit. Can I see it? Ta-da. There. I like that image.
No mic at all. No mic at all.
Can I see my new work video? Because I missed some of it.
You'll have to see it later, baby, because everybody else saw it. I played it while your thing was going on. You got to remember, it's not just us; it's people watching.
They
So
don't
you didn't even do a formal hello to the people today. You just barged in talking about your video.
I know. I just came in. Hi.
No, do your job. Do your job.
How is everyone today? Poncho's like, what?
Yeah, she give us 30 minutes of mumbling and then gonna creep into the show and ask to see her video.
So how?
Now you know what? You've been so good to us that I'm going to do this especially for you. I can't hold back on you.
I love those. Hey, how's it going, Kathleen?
Hey, going well. It's going
We
good.
got
How
the
about
little
you?
Kathleen thing together today. Kathleen.
Kathleen rhymes with queen.
Lines with queen. I know. You
Yes.
do like my mother. My mother was like, I am a queen.
Well, I got that from Jacqueline Kennedy.
Oh,
I
okay.
read an article about her, and in it she said, "My name is Jacqueline. It rhymes with queen."
Okay, there you go.
So people don't get confused and call her Jacqueline
Oh, there
or
we go.
Jacqueline.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's Jacqueline is her name, Jacqueline. So
Well-
today I'm moving kind of quickly because the app that we use for the show,
Mm-hmm.
it heats up my phone.
All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and put you on But I just wanted to give a shout out for the whole Martin Luther King birthday day. So
Yes,
give a
yes,
shout out for
indeed.
that. All right, so Kathleen, we're gonna let you go so that you can show us what you got.
Yeah. So I'm working on another heart box. This is the collaboration with Karen Clark. And you saw me develop this heart box here. This is the one that I did that I'm using with a collaborated project with Karen. And sometimes mistakes prove to be beneficial. So in this case, I forgot to score the heart box before I put it into cure, before I put it in the oven. So I had to quickly take it out after it was completed, and I cut it open after it was already cured. And when I did that, the back part, you see, is not a straight line, it's a curve. See how it curves? And I thought, wow, that's a good mistake. I should do that from now on. Make sure that there's a different line on the one side of the box than the other, so that there's no mistake on which way the lid fits on the box. Anyway, so this is the heart box for the collaborative project with Karen Clark. And I want people to see how I mentioned that heart box. I use the same form, but each box turns out looking different. And so these three boxes are all created from this form. And you see each one looks pretty different. I mean, the top is similar, but the rest of it, they're all different. So that tends to happen with each box. So I'm working on a pattern that was inspired by a tuxedo jacket, a woman's tuxedo jacket that I saw. And I thought, wow, that's beautiful. So I did the Mokome Gane pattern that I showed last time with this. But I used the shield stamp with this one. But on this project, I'm using this stamp. And so I've already cut some slices off. This is the way it looks after a few slices have been cut off. These are the, and these are the slices that I have already cut off. So what I'm going to do is now, once I cut all the slices off, I'm going to apply them to this surface. So I have a sheet to use when I'm applying the pattern to the heart box. So they're not individual separate sections. It'll be a sheet. And once I put these white and black pattern pieces on this charcoal sheet, then I'll run it through the pasta machine so it's an even thickness. What I'm doing right now is just cutting slices, because each slice will look different than the previous slice. And this will allow me opportunity to see which pattern that I like and how I want to fit them together. So again, I just take the blade and rock it back and forth. So I can get a slice off. Now, not all the slices won't be even, which is why I'm going to apply them to the that charcoal gray sheet so that I get an even slice. So they get even slices when I'm applying it to the heart box. Okay. So what have you been working on today?
Oh, I had to work in the office today. So I ran all the way back here to so I could go be here for the live. But I stayed up pretty late. I think Pancho and I probably conked out right at the same time when he said he went to bed at 3 o'clock. I think I was like 3:40 something. So I stayed up a little late last night because I knew I had to go into work today. And do some stuff. So I stayed up and did some work last night. So, yeah. So you're going to use this on the heart box?
Yeah. So this is the pattern that will be the outside pattern on the heart box.
And this heart box is for is this the one for Karen or LaShawn?
Yeah. This is the one that Karen and I are working on.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I showed her the image of the blazer jacket that I saw.
Yeah.
And I had seen this jacket before the creative quarantine happened. And when I saw the jacket, I thought, wow, that would be a nice pattern on a heart box. And a friend of mine gave me all these crystals.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to apply the crystals to the heart box.
Oh, okay. That should be fun.
Yes, the pattern, the clay that I use to make this pattern, I had a silver clay that is glitter. It has silver glitter. And the blazer is studded with probably crystals, not diamonds. There's too many, but I mean, I suppose the person who wore it could have afforded the diamonds if it was all diamonds, but I think it's probably crystals. So I incorporated this crystal embedded clay into this pattern I'm working with. So there's shimmer and shine, and then the crystals I apply will just add to the shimmer and shine. Okay. So I think I can start applying these sheets here onto this charcoal. Just want to cut through this thingy here to just see how the pattern comes out. Because like I said, when this Mokume Gane pattern is made, each slice will vary the color. As you can see, there is a sheet of white and silver, and that's coming through now. And it's not the black.
So then you don't lay it down from the sheets. You put it on another piece and then cover the hard box.
Well, in this particular instance, yes, I'm doing it that way. I could just take these slices and apply them directly to the heart box. I could do it that way. However, because of how it's coming out, because of how these slices come out, I wanted to make sure that the veneer on the clay, on the heart box, is an even thickness. And these slices are not even thicknesses.
Okay.
And that's why I decided to apply these slices to a sheet here, like this. And that way I can run this whole sheet through the pasta machine and get an even thickness. Follow me?
Yeah, I get that.
You have another question?
No, that was it for right now.
Yeah, so some of these slices, they're not even slices. So some sections are thicker than the others. And because of that, like here's a big fat thick section on this right here that's not so on the rest of this sheet. And some of the slices have little holes. Since it's not an even slice.
Oh, that looks nice. It's coming out nicely.
Yeah.
So how many of those will you have to do?
Well, let's see. Maybe 2.
I really like that pattern.
Yes, it's kind of disappearing though as the closer I get to the bottom. I might have to lay the stamp on it again and trace around it. So I'm just kind of fitting these pieces in where they tell me they want to go. So once I get this sheet done and run it through the pasta machine, I will spread the liquid translucent clay on the heart box because it's slippy, and I will want to have this slippy so it'll slip, so I can more easily manipulate the pattern, the whole sheet onto the box. So there's some of the um,
Oh, well, there you go. I see we have Mr. LaShawn in the house.
Hey there, ladies.
Hey, LaShawn.
How y'all doing?
I think Catherine popped out. Her phone tends to heat up a bit.
Oh, okay.
So, LaShawn, is that one of your polymer clay pieces?
Yes, it is.
Polymer clay pieces.
That it is.
So how you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good. We spoke
LaShawn is all good, switching from one easel to the next.
Trying to get this attachment on here.
Trying to keep us all.
Yeah, I got one of those easels.
Trying to keep us all in this rear view.
Yeah. I almost succeeded earlier today, but Pancho caught on.
Yeah, we were talking about some tech stuff. And then we started off with a nice conversation and coming up with some solutions. And then all of a sudden, I start hearing all these paint marks and pencil marks in the background. And he kept asking, he was going, yeah. Yeah, I got to try that. And I said, wait a minute. This is a trick. You're trying to throw me off. You're working while I'm talking tech.
That's right. He was working. That's okay. Karen did it to me too. Karen called. Karen and I was talking, and she was back there.
Yeah, boy, you got to watch that, man.
These two, you got to watch these two. They'll trip us up.
Oh, don't be fooled now. That Deborah Shedrick now, she can pull a one on you too.
I know. We got a couple of them we got to watch out.
Don't let that Southern personality fool you. She's very competitive. She's
Yes,
probably
she
doing
is.
She's probably doing push-ups and crunches right now.
She over there getting it in. She's getting it in. That's all. That's all. We're the ones. They holding us. They call us, and then we're talking to them while they back there.
Hey man, whatever motivates you.
There you
I
go.
do some narration, Mr. LaShawn, since you on screen.
Well, again, this is some clay polymer pieces that I'm working on. Over the weekend, I sculpted 14 of them, and they're all different. You'll begin a video to share with the progress up to this point. And right now, what I'm doing is I'm painting the whole surface. I'm black. I've texturized the backing, and now I'm painting them all black. And once these are dry, then I'll come in and work my magic as far as the different colors I want to use.
Let me do that. Is it one to 14? So you got one you can throw in the mail then, huh?
Oh, what do you want to try to do a collaboration on one or what?
Not? Why not?
Oh, listen to this. Now, okay, he's like, yeah, LaShawn already sending me 20 pieces, and now he's like,
I'm game. I'm knocking mine out. I'm knocking them out. I'm gonna have everything he sent me is gonna get finished.
What you trying to say? What you trying to say?
I ain't trying to say nothing, baby, because you're doing good.
Yeah, you're all right, Louise. We understand.
Did you see that piece? Did you see that finished piece she did of yours, man?
No, I haven't seen it.
I got to see if I can pull it up for you real quick. Homegirl did a nice little treatment on it. You know how you do the apples. You know how she do the falling apples and all that.
Oh yeah, falling apples. Yeah.
She's working it out.
What what do you seal yours with? What is that? Are you using a glaze medium?
No, the black.
No. Like I'm going to, or should I? Because I could just send it to you like this, and you can put the finish on it. Do you want me to put the finish on it, or you want to put the finish on it?
Well, you can. All I use is Krylon spray gloss on them.
Okay. Well, I'm going to finish the metal leaf. I'm going to put a metal leaf finish on it, and then I'll send it to you, and then you could put the other finish on it.
Okay, super. Yeah, make sure you sign it.
All right. Well, if I don't sign it, that means you got to send it back.
Louise, you said you couldn't think about what to do. That looks great.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, okay.
Look, that was an easy one. You could have sent me 3 of those. I would have just put different fruit in it.
Nah, you did a good job on that one. That's a good collaboration. So far, the collaborations are really looking great. I think this is going to be the best year yet for our collaboration.
Now, I had a lot of fun with that. I did have fun with that when I saw it. I was like, okay, she will definitely have some fruit. As you can see, I love fruit.
Yeah, you worked it. It looks really good.
It's abundant.
I knew you hooked it up somehow. I was just waiting to see what you were going to do to it.
Waiting to see what. Well, Deborah, when I saw what Deborah did, I was like, oh, I like that. So I like seeing what other people are doing with their flowers and their plates. So Deborah did some really cool stuff too yesterday when she showed it.
Oh, yeah, you haven't seen it yet, but let me see if. Yeah, I got to do the update. I got to do the
That's
update.
why I was like, where are I know I'm like,
Well, I'm gonna do you another favor. I'm gonna load it in so you can see it. How about that? We got
yeah, I want to see.
modern technology around here, man.
There you go. There
I'm
you
just
go.
learning I'm
Modern
just learning how to use it.
I think we all in that
We'll all
frame.
be experts. We can do TV shows in a little bit.
Hey, might as well. We might as well. Moving on up.
That's right.
It is.
So it's loading in now, and then boom, and the magic of television. There it is, LaShawn.
Man.
I really like that one.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so
That
the
is
collaborators are really doing something different.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I
that
knew
is
Deborah would come up with something really funky with it. I knew she
I know.
had.
I'm like, what happened to my woman?
Yes, Louise, what happened to it now?
She's our needy folk on the list.
There you go. He's like,
we gotta have her part of things. We can't exclude her. We gotta keep her in the game.
that's right. That's right. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, we have it sitting up here having my rejection showing.
Funny.
Be like,
We
hey.
got some nice comments coming in on your clay piece, LaShawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank
Kevin
you.
Jones is out there watching. He says, nice.
Kevin's hand holding it down. Hey, you know, did you get a chance to show the artwork from our gallery, from our crew out there watching us?
No, that's your part of the show, darling. I don't load anything if I don't know what's happening.
I put them in. I put their pieces in.
Then do your part and show it
Well,
off.
we wanted to show we have several people following us, which is awesome, and wanted to kind of show what they were doing out there. So if you are out there and you are following along and you're doing some stuff, let us know. Now, mind you, if you are not following us, don't be trying to pop your artwork on here and trying to get a little bit of 15 minutes.
Exactly. If these people have been quarantining with us. They have been
exactly,
and they've been working. So if you want this as an opportunity, and again, the funny thing is, we already know who the regulars are.
We know who the regulars are.
See a strange name pop up with a strange image.
So don't be sitting up here popping up saying, "Ooh, I want to send my work in so they can show it." We know your name.
You better put at least 20 comments in the screen to be eligible to show up here.
Okay, to have your work showing up here with us. Ooh, I love that, LaShawn.
Oh, let me give you a close up.
Oh, look at it.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
If through modern technology we can do a close up. Wow.
I love that.
That's nice, man. You might have to turn that one in just by itself.
You baked it? You baked it already?
Oh yeah, it's been baked. Yeah, it's baked and mounted onto a piece of wood.
How did you mount it?
It's super glued onto the masonite.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna have to do me some of those.
Yeah.
Guys, I will be the first to tell you that we have 13 days left.
Well, Louise, you better get busy then.
Yeah.
It'd be a lot easier if you just send me one.
Well, if you send me one, I got time to work that one in. I got an idea on it already.
You send me one, it'll be a lot easier. Okay, so I'm going to show you. We have Mother Goddess, and Mother Goddess has been following us. And so I have 2 of her pieces she has shared with us. Here is one of them, which I thought, and this is clay and just several other things that she added to it. So she didn't do like a, like a glaze. She actually did it's like rust and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of cool. That's Mother Goddess.
All right. I'm beginning to feel a little suspect. That looks like something that's took some time. That doesn't look like a quarantine piece.
What?
This looks like
No. Mother Goddess was just sending some of the pieces that she had, and she does watch us on a regular.
Okay.
So Mother Goddess, I did tell Mother Goddess to send me some stuff that she had. I do have, Carol sent me, I just wanted to show some of Mother Goddess's, some things that she has done, you know, because she showed this because it has that gold that Karen is using.
Okay.
So she sent me that to show that she had done some stuff with
Mother
the gold.
Goddess got it going on. She's got it going on. Those are some nice pieces.
And then Carol, she's working with us big time. So here's a piece she's working on right now.
Fantastic.
And that looks fabulous. I really like what she's doing.
Very, very
nice. I don't know if you can see it, but she has a little bit of like, you know, just this whole gauze look thing over here. I just love how she's going about doing that. And then this is one, she says she pulled this one out so she could finish it.
Okay.
Or either the other one. But isn't that nice?
I'm loving it. I love our crew out there. What we call them?
I'm gonna have to tell.
We're calling them the gallery.
That's the gallery. Our gallery is out there. Our gallery is out there.
All of our gallery members are sending in pieces that they are working on in conjunction with us. That's right. I love that. I got a question here, LaShawn. Do you sand down your masonite?
No, I don't. No, I don't, because I want it to be as gritty as possible. Because I need that texture in it when I get ready to paint.
Everybody know LaShawn loves texture. So no, you know he don't sand down anything.
You know, this is all texture in the background anyway. That's all texture. And let me tell you guys what I use, because I found about this a couple years ago.
What is it going to be? Some baby powder and Crisco or something?
Good, man. You're gonna want to try this, man.
I use a 25-pound bag of sugar.
You're gonna want to try this, man.
Okay.
Oh, Acrylapro?
Yep. This is a compound. And you get this at either Lowe's or Home.
Was this what you were telling me about?
Yeah, it's tile adhesive.
And it's way cheaper than medium.
It is extremely inexpensive.
Okay, so this is what you told me to use on the mask.
Right. That's what's on the background. That's all this stuff.
That's your texture for the background.
Okay.
I tell you guys, all the artists have been sharing their secrets on the show too. And whether you catch them or not, we got 72 and a half hours of stuff for you to filter through to find out some of these secrets. One of the big secrets that was shared on the show is that we have a couple of our members that go to Lowe's and Home Depot regularly, and they walk the aisles and they find stuff. And,
all kind of stuff.
We know this one down here doesn't like Home Depot.
Boom, out.
That's right. I mean, I got to get my finger angle right.
Wait, you're out. No Home Depot. No Home Depot.
But you can find some nice stuff to do, texturizing unorthodox stuff, especially if you are walking down that road of doing assemblage. What LaShawn's doing is really low-level assemblage.
Right.
Assemblage for me is when you put other items with it.
Right.
But when he's gluing it to other materials and changing the form of what normally, look at the difference between what Kathleen has been doing and then what LaShawn is doing with a similar medium. Although LaShawn is using the brand that Kathleen would be banishing everybody for.
LaShawn would be banished to the planet.
He's about to flip the script.
He's flipping the script. LaShawn would be banished to the planet elsewhere.
Economics, baby, just economics.
Exactly.
Inexpensive to the point.
Economics, time efficiency,
does the job.
Functionality
does the job.
Do I need to come up with anything else?
You know, because he's not making jewelry.
And then the thing is, if the boy was really on his game, he would make a cookie mold from that, and then we could have butter cookies.
Butter cookies.
That's right.
I'm going to step away for a minute and grab something. I'll be right back.
All right, no problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep this train moving.
Keep the train moving.
What you got? You got anything?
I sent you. Didn't you get my video?
We just played that 30-minute video of you
I know.
mumbling.
I sent you. I had to
Of
cut
you
it in
mumbling
half.
to yourself.
I had to cut it in half. I have no idea why it just sounds like mumbling.
That's
I
all right.
never,
We're gonna
but
get
I'm
that's
going to
right.
be working. No, I'm going to
You
set
got
up.
13. You got 13 more days to get it right.
Hey, I'm going to be setting up and working on some stuff. See, there's Karen. Karen's
Another
like,
mumbler. Another mumbler.
We are past the half.
oh, she got it. She got it.
Lots to do, but I am working on a piece. I have 2 of these that I'm working on, so I hope that you guys can see that carving into it. This is a piece that Pancho has given me to work on. And so just got to finish carving into it. And it's a lot to carve, and I got to clean up edges and things like that, but it's coming out okay. So I'll just bring it up closer. See all the drag marks and things. So I got to go in and sand all of that down. All right, guys. So other than that, it's Sunday, it's morning, it's cold. It's actually Sunday afternoon. It's cold. And it's very cold, actually. But I have the heat on. And I'm just going to be doing a little bit more carving to this piece. And so that I can kind of give this a rest. And then after that, I'll go to the second piece. So I'm using some of the carving tools that I like to use, and then some new ones as well. So I'm using this tool right here. This carving tool is what they call a diamond core. So they have different carving points to it. So this is probably the final one, and then they have some other ones that are much finer. This is another tool. It's kind of a sgraffito tool for you to draw and scratch out things. So when I'm scratching out the eyes, helps me rub those out really to give them some depth, like that. And this one actually helps me to prime it to give me the fine work. So that's where I'm going into the eye lines of the piece that Pancho has given me. And then it has a backside, which is the flat. And I go in and scrape it out just to make sure that the depth goes in. So it is a very interesting process to do. And then after that, once it becomes firm, I will actually do the sanding down of this piece. So I'm just making sure that it's deep enough to work with for the work that's going to come to it. So I still have to make a decision on how much color it's going to get. And so I'm thinking about that in the process. But the piece will actually have another attachment on top of it. So it is a vase, and then it will have a bottom pedestal to it. So, and I'm excited about how the color is going to look on there. So I'm just going to turn it around one more time so you guys can check it out. I'm sorry I don't have my dolly for you guys to check, to see it. But it's very, very, very cool. All right, guys. So back to work I go. I'll see you guys at 7:30. Well, 5:20. I'll see you guys back at 5:20. Hopefully I will accomplish some more to this piece and start working on the second piece. So, ciao. Have a good day.
All right, so hey, LaShawn, let's bring you back up since you are back. Looks like you're working hard on your piece.
Yes, gotta get them done, Louise. I got to get
I have to go and get me some of this black gesso you guys are constantly talking about. Black gesso.
Oh, now, Ponta uses black gesso.
Okay, what are you using?
I'm using house paint. I use a flat black house paint.
Okay, so you're using a house paint.
Yes.
All right. So that's good to know. So is that the black that's on?
Glitten Premium. It's
Okay.
Onyx Black.
Well, we getting all kind of secrets, Poncho. I mean, for real, for real. He pulled up the house paint on us.
Well, you know, the
You
brother,
gotta go to
the
Home
brother
Depot to get it, though.
knows his way through a hardware store. Well, I know I disappeared for a little bit, but
oh, you went to get the Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah,
I missed Cheesecake Factory.
Treat myself to a wonderful dinner tonight. So,
oh, that's not right.
King goes black for a few. You know what's up.
That's not right. That's not right because we don't have a Cheesecake Factory out here. I missed the Cheesecake Factory.
That's right. I keep forgetting you in a rural area. Is that what they call that?
No, it's not rural.
What are you?
Fort Collins is not a rural area.
What you got there? Why don't you have a Cheesecake Factory then? Tell me what's up with that.
Because they don't have a Cheesecake Factory. They don't even have a Cheesecake Factory in Denver, I don't think. Yes,
they do. I've been to the one in Denver.
Where is it?
It's in Denver. It's been a long time, baby. Don't make me call up no streets now.
I don't think it's in Denver anymore.
Okay, the Cheesecake Factory generally never closes down. Okay, it's got to be a real.
I don't know.
It's got to be a serious situation for that to happen.
I don't think there is one in Denver. You know, because they eat different out here. Ugh. It's a different world.
Well, here we go, Sheba Maya.
Oh, inspired by Karen Clark. Nice. Ooh, I like that.
Greetings, friends. So for today's installment, I thought I'd share with you some sketch work that I did today. And the sketch work is inspired by artist Karen Clark, who works in clay and does this amazing pottery, these vessels with portraits on them that I absolutely love. I'm a huge fan. She's also participating in the Creative Quarantine residency with me. Our intention is to collaborate in some way together, and we're working that out now. So what I wanted to do to kind of get acquainted with her work in a more intimate way than just like looking at it. I was so excited that I had her permission to kind of use her work in my illustrations. I wanted to kind of just sketch them and see what happens, like if I used her artwork as a reference and a jump off point. So, and the story behind me and Karen is that we've been mutual fans of each other's work for many years, but we've never really talked until this residency came up. And now it's like, oh yeah, you're my friend now. It's too late. It's too late. We're going to be best friends now because you're so cool. Your work is so amazing. And it's highly inspiring. One thing I love about her artwork, especially the portraits on these vessels, is it reminds me a lot of how my mom used to draw. My mom is an amazing artist. She works in fiber arts now, but when I was very young, in the early 80s, she did a lot of drawing and, these kind of very exaggerated lips, especially. I remember everything looked like it was going to kiss somebody, and I loved it. So that's something that I really like about Karen's work, is it puts me in a place of nostalgia, and it's very reminiscent of a style that I really enjoy and kind of grew up with. Also, at that time, I really liked these kind of, and still do, at that time in particular, I was very much into these stylized, elongated kind of figures and faces and things. My impression at the time was, oh, if you're a real artist, you could draw in this stylized way. Like, yeah, it's one thing if you can draw, a photo, like something that looks realistic or a photograph, but if you could draw something like this, then you're really doing something. And I really like things like Ernie Barnes, Charles Phibbs, and things like that. These very exaggerated figures and stretched out features. I just thought was super cool. And so I thought for this sketch, this is going to be an attempt at that. I never do that. I never do it. I don't do anything that looks like caricatures, anything that calls for an exaggeration of any kind or stylization. I stay far away from it. I like the safety and comfort of a reference, realism, and knowing that I got it right, and knowing where to go with it. I think there's comfort in that for me. And then once I'm asked to kind of move away from that, I'm like, I don't know what to do. I remember being very young and trying it, and it was just like, I don't know what to do. And it was really hard to draw like my mom, and I always wanted to try. So this was a great way to kind of pick apart her approach to these spaces. In the beginning, I really wanted to stay close to her artwork as a reference, so that it really represented her. But what ended up happening was I pulled away from, I put the reference away, and I started to just draw and develop the face as, my way. Like, just do what my hands said to do, whatever my brain was pumping out. I just kind of didn't question it. I just did it. And as I developed the hair too, I really liked that the reference picture had these curly Q shapes. That was really pretty. And I thought, that's kind of reminiscent of this line drawing and style that I used to do in 2015. I did all of these line drawings in pen and ink. And I called them meditation drawings. They were super relaxing, repetitive lines that kind of swirl in and out of themselves. I thought maybe I could try that for the hair, and I did. And it was interesting. It's interesting to do this, to do these kinds of line drawings digitally. It feels a lot different than doing it traditionally. There's some similarities, but definitely, the pen up against the glass of the iPad feels a lot different than a very fine point pen up against, rough paper. The traction is different. So finessing the lines was a lot different. But what's also different was that, in digital work, I have an opportunity to erase and try different things, experiment a little bit more. And with the pen and ink, everything was permanent. I had to live with my lines, and if there was a misstep, a mistake, I had to figure out how to camouflage it and make it look like I meant to do that. There were some similarities and there were some differences, but it was interesting to explore this kind of style of line work in a different atmosphere. And it's interesting too, because I like to approach all of my digital work in the same way that I would my traditional work, all of my paintings. I try to think about it in the same way that I would do my pastel work or an acrylic painting. And so, also with the portrait of this, I would use a little bit thicker tip for these lines, but I like this kind of super fine animated line. It reminded me of a mechanical pencil. So I might try that again. And I left a lot of sketchiness too, which is something I don't normally do. I tend to kind of erase unnecessary lines. But I kept a lot of stuff here for the sake of time. And I like the effects. I think it kind of added some unexpected movement. Some differences that I see, though, is once I strayed away from the reference, I didn't like it as much. It's like, oh, it doesn't feel like Karen anymore. Like, because you did it now. I took away all Karen and I put me in it. And I think I made her more youthful, too. And I noticed that Karen's work, I think the women have a little more maturity to them. So that was sketch number 1. For the next sketch, I used this image as a reference, and I actually wound up using just this little lady over here. You'll see in the sketch that it starts out with 2, but then I focused on just this portrait here, where again, I really did try to hang in there with, just working with her, like really wanting to follow the reference seriously as closely as possible. But it was just irresistible to just kind of play with it, because I guess maybe the face started talking to me and I was just going with the flow of it. I didn't want to overthink it, so I didn't. But it was a lot of fun to, again, work on this extraordinarily different kind of face than I would typically do. I really especially enjoy these very large eyes, very expressive lips, this gentle expression. When I was talking to Karen about the things that I enjoyed about her work, is that it's so vibrational. I feel like the faces are singing to me, that they're chanting, that they're magical, that they hold some sort of power, and whatever is inside of it should be respected. The air inside of it, all the molecules inside of each vessel, it should be revered. It's sacred, and it's just so blatantly obvious because of this sculpted face on the front. So those are qualities I really want to see appear in my work. These magical faces, I see them as structural figures, maybe temples that look like this. I tried that earlier in the month with another illustration, but I did start having these like really fantastical visions as this started to develop. Another thing I really tried to resist was making them look like me. This happens so much. I don't intend it most of the time, but I think that my muscle memory is kind of locked in on my face, especially my youthful face, my face from my 20s. I'm very much locked into that being what a face, this is how you draw a face, And I think it's because I used myself as a reference to learn facial anatomy. So, and it took a lot of work to kind of break away from drawing myself, drawing other people, but I still sneak in there sometimes. When I'm just kind of left to my own devices, I sneak in there. Maybe it's just like a subconscious thing. But this was fun. This was a lot of fun to develop. Again, I can, as I'm watching the playback, I can see myself pushing things back to realism instead of keeping them stretched and exaggerated. And so I think that one thing that I want to do is when I go back into an exercise like this, and I use Karen's work as a reference, that I am going to draw the entire vessel as it is. I'm going to use that as a study. I'm not going to do it as a sketch. I'm just going to do a full-blown drawing and see what I can learn from that. Because starting out, it was interesting to see what does this look like when you kind of map it out. And it's so far different from what I would do, but it's super cool. I feel like I know Karen a little bit better. And I also respect her ability towards doing this in a 3D space. It's incredible. It is incredible. So yeah, once I realized I was kind of hanging out with her, and she wanted my attention, I stuck with it. I put the tribal markings on her. I experimented with some brushes, took some things away, put them back. Again, I'm approaching this as if this is a traditional medium. So I was thinking, what if this was an ink wash? What would that look like? I really like to do ink washes that are fiercely light on the shading, but really heavy on the line and the contour. So I tried that here, and I like the results. I also, because I was in a digital space and I could kind of experiment a lot, I was playing with light a bit, some other graphic design kind of things, layer modes or blending modes and layers I played around with a little bit, and things just kind of got like, this kind of became a playground. So you'll see some geometric shapes kind of pop in there. Now you'll see my graphic design background at play. Also collage work, I'm kind of piecemealing, putting shapes together, adding things and pulling things away, moving them around, rotating them, duplicating them, just seeing what happens. And what I started to notice is she started starting to look like she's her own world, maybe a planet of some sort. I kind of am feeling like she's her own galaxy. And that's kind of interesting. Maybe she's kind of emerging out of the atmosphere or out of the cosmos a little bit. I started to do this kind of, I guess it's maybe stippling a bit with big dots. My mother, again, my mother's influence, did a lot of stippling in her drawing. That was, the number of dots in these drawings and the way she was able to achieve these gradients, I was always mesmerized by, still am. I think she's a little surprised that she was able to do that. But it's shocking and it's fascinating. It's amazing. It's brilliant. So I wanted to try it here. Of course, not as good as my mom, but I think that if I were to go back in this, I would try that. I really like how that effect came off. Also playing with light in a way that I'm not sure I would know how to approach that with watercolor. Maybe it's with mixed media, but that's the fun of it, and I think that's the pleasure of mixed media, is to see what kind of effect you can get when you mix things up and play around a little bit. So that's what this kind of ended up being. Again, it's about an hour, and then I stopped myself, and this is where I landed. I love it. Thank you, Karen, for your inspiration. And thank you for joining me. Till next time.
This is day 17 of quarantine, and this is day 2 of the inner child exercise. I was working on this while stream was on before. I was having a discussion with Poncho about thinking outside the box and how like people in my age generation approaches art differently. It's actually pretty good. But anyway, so this is the painting that yesterday's drawing turned out to be. Actually pretty pleased and surprised with it. I'm gonna layer some stencils on top of it, not too much, maybe just some text, something that supports the like, what do you need right now theme. I also worked on this one last night. The bottom half is from a selfie I took when I was taking ADHD medication. Again, I'm going to do something on top of those wooden rectangles, maybe some text as well. Back to this one though, we have the inner child, who's again wearing a red shirt. I think that's really interesting. That might be a motif that carries on throughout several more of these. He's sitting cross-legged on the floor, playing his little Nintendo, which I find interesting because the console that he's playing, the Nintendo Switch, didn't exist when I was a child. And he's sitting on the floor in front of the couch, which tends to be the position that I sit in today when I'm playing video games because our rug is so damn comfortable. And there's Boomer, a rough outline of him laying down in front of me. So I guess this is kind of a commentary on how playing video games has allowed me to unleash my inner child a little bit. The side that just likes to use video games as an escape from the horrors of the world, or just to keep it simple, a happy place. This is very much a happy place sort of drawing. So tomorrow I'm going to be layering over this with acrylic paint, and we'll see how it turns out.
Where is everybody in the house? LaShawn is off to the side, and
Hey,
Louise is in another land today, but that's part of life.
Stop it. I am not in Netherland.
I said another land.
Uh,
I put a space in between it, but I think both might apply. Both might apply.
so you see how he treats me, LaShawn.
Hey, that's
yes,
what
I see. I see.
do. That's what we do, darling. You like baby sister. You still not getting what my baby sister got.
There you go. We got Frankie in the queue.
What's going on with Frankie? Frankie's smiling today. What's up with you, Frankie?
I'm all right. You can see there. I have to look at myself. I had a little accident, so I hit my head.
Hopefully you're doing okay, Frankie. But you got too many devices on.
Just shut it down.
Yeah.
Okay. What you working on today, Frankie?
Today I worked on a couple of things. Let me show you here. Where are you? Let me flip this around. Excuse me a second. I'm still working on him.
Oh, that's really coming along.
Giving him a little more expression. And I want to add his past back here. Yeah, so he's going to be reminiscent of his past. Oh, wait. Excuse me. I don't know if you can see him. Can you see him?
Oh, yeah, we can see him.
Okay, that was my concern there. And then I did this piece here to work on. Let me bring it. Excuse me a sec. You wouldn't believe what just happened to me.
Oh, that's pretty.
Let's bring it down. There, can you see it?
Mm-hmm. I really like that.
Sorry. And this one, I touched it up. It was halfway done, and started touching it up with brown markers. But the only thing about marker is, when I say marker, it's really the acrylic pen. It limits. And this, I had made a mistake. I went back and now made it too dark. So that's that one I'm working on. These are the two pieces. And Poncho. Is Poncho there?
Yeah, I'm here, Frankie.
Oh, okay. Look at this piece here. I'm stuck. This is another one that I want to get done. And I'm done with it pretty much. But down there, this margin from the whole piece, the whole picture.
Right.
And I went all the way through up here.
Mm-hmm.
And then stopped here.
Again, you work yourself in a position where you gotta complete it. It's gonna look incomplete no matter what you do. I would either come up with a design motif or something that's going to fill in that space and maybe tie it into the shirt, the white section of the shirt.
Yeah.
And yeah, just take that whole shape and do something with it.
Yeah, I just
go over your signature and then read into that whole area.
Yeah.
Remember, you're never limited, brother. You're not limited.
Yeah, I want to complete this. I don't want to leave this blank.
How long has that painting been existing, Frankie?
How long have I been doing it?
Yes.
Since quarantine.
Okay.
December. I started it late December.
Okay.
And I finished it, but I look at it and I'm thinking, wait,
I mean, you know, there really are no rules if that's the way you want it to leave. But see, your spirit's telling you it's not complete.
Yeah. Like keep going
And
back.
then because your style is so detailed, you know, sometimes you leave yourself in a position where what happens when you do have open and negative areas like that? Why can't you? What is there something you can do to work that in without having to finish it all the way to the bottom? You got to kind of approach it simplistically, come up with the answer.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing stopping you from framing that piece like it is and letting that space do what it do. Remember that enslavement piece.
Yeah, and that stayed with me vividly.
Yeah, because the thing is, there are some solutions you can come up with right now to resolve that section of the painting.
Down here.
Yes.
That's
See, it's bothering you,
yeah.
and you got to ask yourself, why is that white space bothering you?
Yeah.
See that I don't want you filling it in because you feel like it's empty. I want you to look at that space and resolve it. Try to resolve it without putting detail all the way to the bottom. What would you do?
Extend him.
You could extend him, but you could also go in with some white shapes and work white shapes back into the piece. Make that negative space become another whole shape.
Yeah. Well, you know me, I love negative space.
Yeah. So, I mean, you got a couple of options, but again, you want to get your brain out of that space where I got to fill up every last inch of this with detailed stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Right.
it's that irky where exactly.
Yeah, it's only going to tire you out.
Right. Because just like Pancho said, it looks, you know, it looks finished, but it's you're kind of fighting with it. So because you signed it already, correct?
Yeah, and when I sign, I mean, I usually go back to the pieces when I
Mhm.
sign them,
Mhm.
but it's I got to the right to the end of it, and then that bottom border. Well, I'm like,
But
well, stop here.
listen to what you called it, Frankie. You called it a bottom border. It's a painting.
Right.
It has its own life.
It really does.
Something in your way of thinking keeps segmenting and fragmenting these paintings, and that's a mind block. You got to kind of push yourself past that.
Mhm.
I would rather you blindly just start working on that area spontaneously than to be stuck with that space and then try to fix it by just continuing it to the bottom.
Right.
Maybe just look at the design elements that's in it and pull some of those shapes out and just free form that. Don't pre-plan it. Don't sketch it out and mark and go over it. Maybe just trust yourself one time to just finish out that bottom of that painting, not the border.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because you actually treated it like a border.
Yeah, and I don't.
What's the painting? And it was really too premature for you to sign it, to be honest.
Mhm. And that's a part of that's all a part of the painting. It's not a separate entity.
In most cases, with most artists, when they sign a painting, that means they've reached a level of completion. And so when you signed it, you shut your brain off. But then it's not resolved, so you probably shouldn't have signed it. And now you got this weird dilemma where you finished it and signatured it, but your brain is saying, I didn't really resolve this part. And that part's going to bother you no matter what you do to it until you resolve it. So I would start with blacking out my name and work from the from the right of the painting to the left of the painting and free form that with the energies that you have. Just try it. Just let yourself go and trust it and go with it.
Yeah, I have, and I actually have the music to match. You know,
I know how you are. I've worked with you for how many days now?
what?
18 days.
Yeah.
It's been 18 days, so I kind of know how you approach a painting. But the goal in the quarantine is to not get bogged and to be free and create somewhat spontaneously if you need to, because you can. Like all those shapes in that painting came from your imagination. Yes, they have some reference points, but there's a lot of design in that, and you got to trust your design abilities.
And I can't tell you, you know what's crazy is I know it's blue. I use blue. And I went with the pattern of it. But it's going back, you know, it's so hard to describe.
I can't. That's why you're so incredible and almost a genius, Frankie, because what you're looking at and trying to interpret, we can't see. You are colorblind, creating this image, and you're trying to get me to look at it for a resolution when I see color. It's almost like I can only exactly. That's why that's the solution. The solution to this is you trusting your shapes to resolve the finished piece. And I think you can do that pretty much with no reference. I think you can do that just by starting from the left to the right and just going with it. Just letting it flow, let it loose.
Just jot this.
Just paint that name out and just go. Just do you from left to right. And I'm guaranteeing you will be pleased with the outcome.
I think so. I like what you were just saying, because we forget, you know, like I forget that Frankie sees shapes as opposed to color. Because
and for people that are watching that are not following what's happening right now, if you haven't watched the rest of the show, Frankie suffered a traumatic brain situation where he had to relearn everything, and he found his gift through that circumstance. But Frankie was born colorblind prior to this incident, and so the paintings that we see is not what Frankie sees.
Right. These dramatic and dynamic colors, Frankie doesn't see them. And, you know, because we have several people saying that's beautiful, and they're looking at the colors because they are absolutely phenomenal, but Frankie doesn't see them.
Yeah, Frankie doesn't see the colors the way we're seeing them. Mm-hmm. And that's what's so amazing.
Right.
But I'm telling you, man, once you start trusting your patterning and your detailing, you will be able to pattern and detail anything. But you got to let it go. You got to let it go. Go get yourself a stiff drink or whatever you need to get yourself in another mind space and just go. Put your music on, turn it up loud. Don't have a reference point and just go. I'm guaranteeing you it will be so freeing for you to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I guarantee you if when you complete, I'm not gonna say if, when you complete that releasing journey, it may unleash you for the remaining part of this quarantine. Because you're going from one complicated problem to another complicated problem, or you're going back to stuff that you did before and trying to reinterpret it with where you are now, which is very complicated. But I'm not saying that's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That might be part of Frankie Barrero's magic, but you got to tame it.
Right.
It's out of control. It's controlling you. You're not controlling the process. The process is controlling you.
I have them numbered. Yeah, let me flip this over here. Here.
Uh-oh. Like you got blocked out by a phone call.
I'm going to get a lot of phone calls. I had a something just happened to me a little while ago. I got injured.
I can tell there's more to the story than you're saying, Frankie.
But yeah, they're numbered.
What's Sean's?
Are you okay, Frankie?
Mhm.
I'm okay, but as you can see, now it's starting to show.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
See, people don't understand you've been having some physical challenges during this quarantine.
Right.
And despite it all, you are still creating like crazy.
I know. He was just texting me when you and I were talking, and I was like, "You want to come on?" And he still wanted, and that and within itself is, with the things that you are wrestling with, and then you are still here, coming on the screen, showing your work, doing your work is absolutely amazing.
And sharing yourself too at the same time. I mean, you don't know how your story is resonating with other people, Frankie.
Right.
You know. So I say all that. I don't want you to start crying, because if you start crying, I'm gonna start crying. All right.
No.
It ain't gonna
Nobody started crying.
All right.
We have like a tear party up in here, so stop it, okay?
I got my tissue ready.
Okay. Hey, look, okay, Frankie, in my pocket.
Frankie, I want you to take all of this energy and all of that stuff, and I want you to attack the bottom of that painting.
That painting.
I want you to attack it. It's not a border.
Mm-hmm.
Attack it.
Unfinished.
And you see how you're studying it right now? Mm. Don't study it. Just jump in there.
Yeah, I guess.
And I'm gonna be staring off at a distance at you to see what you end up doing with that.
Good. Yeah.
But I'm glad you're okay, Frankie, man. I know things. I know you fell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I know you shared some other things early in the week. So I know you're having a rough week.
Well, it
Yeah.
just bit my tongue and all that. Whenever
Yeah.
I get procedures or whatever,
Yeah.
I bit my tongue.
Well, if you need time, Frankie, take it. You know what I mean? We're not pressing that hard, but creativity has a way of pulling us through a lot of drama.
It really does, being able to do that. And we're just happy to be here with you. We're happy to be here on this journey with you. That's
You're
fantastic.
You're experiencing it.
Exactly.
You're going to hear a bunch of people knocking on the door. So you get to experience.
You get the experience. You know how it's always, I'm always saying I'm being real, and we're experiencing Frankie alive and real, and for up close and personal, and that's just it. And that's what a lot of the show is about.
You got a lot of people out there cheering for you, Frankie. Miss Megan says, "Thank you for being here, Frankie."
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Miss Johnson said, "I remember his story. He's awesome being colorblind."
Yeah, you got people out here for you, Frankie. They're coming to see you, and
you got another note that says that child piece. Nice, Frankie.
Right. Yeah.
So you got a lot of
man. Yeah, that's my little man.
Yeah, you got a lot of folks cheering you on, Frankie. So take that energy and attack that painting like the gladiator, like the last gladiator that you are.
Woo, 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 woo. Go for it, Frankie. You got it.
All right, I'm gonna cut.
Go, Frankie. Go, Frankie.
Okay.
Go, Frankie.
That's right. Kill him, Frankie. Kill him.
Yeah. No, I'm
you can do it.
All right, man.
Okay, Frankie.
Take it easy, Frankie.
I appreciate y'all.
Okay.
All right, now.
Hey, we're here for you always.
That's my man. I'm team
Frankie. Frankie was texting me on Facebook, and I said, "Hey, how if you're feeling like," and Frankie's like, "No, I'm going to come on," and I thought,
I am team Frankie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
yeah.
Hey, you know what? That just tells me everybody else, no excuses.
No, I mean that's what I'm saying. I feel like
that's right, Louise. No excuses.
That's right. I'm energized. Totally energized.
I had to put a dot on you, LaShawn, look.
Frankie make you want to just look at yourself in the mirror and go, nah, brother, we got to do better than this.
Okay, and that's where I am, because when I was talking to him, texting him on Facebook, because he was texting me on Facebook telling me what had just happened, and I'm like, are you kidding me? You people had better show up. Forget all that stuff. I don't care about your technical difficulties. I don't care about anything. You better show up.
I should make your face full screen because, see, normally I'm the one ranting.
I know, because I'm telling you.
Frankie got you all stirred up.
Because, honestly, I had told Frankie when he was texting me, I said, Frankie, if you need the day, it's okay. Frankie was like, nope, I'll be there. I can go on. Put me in the game, coach. I mean, I said, okay, the rest of you all, no excuses.
We got 12 people in this group.
Mm-hmm.
And most people are moving forward, but some are not. And we're beyond the halfway point.
Exactly.
And we've been trying to show you a cross section of what everybody's doing.
Mm-hmm.
And no, we're not passing judgment. It's not a race. It's not a competition.
But we don't want to hear excuses.
The dedication and discipline that's required for this is something that I can't describe because, see, initially when we started this process, people were selected based on that. Mm-hmm. In this situation, we had a contingency of artists that were emerging coming from Springfield, Massachusetts, that were added to this situation. Mm. And so we're trying to accommodate all ends of it. But even with that, the discipline in each artist is beginning to show.
Right.
And so everybody's got a different way of thinking, a different way of approaching this. And this is not easy. I didn't expect all 12 artists to just run with this and go.
Right.
All the technical issues, personal issues, and otherwise. You know what I'm saying?
Especially with it turning into this whole virtual world.
But Frankie is, next time I'm going to have a team. I got to get me a Team Frankie shirt on.
Or at least have a Team Frankie banner.
We got to do something. I'm going to make a graphic that says Team Graphic.
There you go. We have to make a graphic that says Team Frankie. And we want everybody in the audience, in our gallery, Team Frankie.
It reaches a point, y'all, when you see people going through a major life struggle where we have to give them as much emotional support as we can. Now, I'm not just saying it just because of Frankie's circumstance. He's an example, but he is defying all the odds by even participating in this project.
Yeah.
He's humble.
That's right.
That's
true.
That's what I'm talking about. He's humble. He is, and the biggest piece, he's eager to learn. He's honest. He's transparent.
Oh, look at all of our Team Frankies.
That's what I'm saying. I love it. Thank y'all for doing that. Now y'all gonna make me cry for real because this is what it's really all about.
It really is.
Sometimes we don't know who's out there. And I don't know if you've been following Frankie's story, but from the very beginning, he was brought on. He was the last person brought on for the quarantine. As a matter of fact, one person was fired before they even started. And Frankie was the replacement for the person that got kicked out.
Right.
Okay? And from the day Frankie...
they're all coming in. These Team Frankies are all coming in.
From the day Frankie tuned in, he was tuned in. And he has been fighting all of the things he's dealing with to stay within this situation. I'm so proud of him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if anybody on this team could say, I need a day or 2 days or a week, is Frankie. But Frankie has had so many, and it's not like it's one time. It has occurred on several occasions, and Frankie has still showed up. And
I think that I don't want to divulge too much of Frankie's business, but he's already shared that he has a traumatic brain situation, traumatic brain injury.
Right.
And part of what comes with a traumatic brain injury is seizures.
Right.
And he never knows when they're going to come. And they're almost like epileptic seizures. And so when he has them, his body goes through a big trauma every time. And he's had a couple of episodes since the show began.
Right.
And he keeps coming on the show.
He keeps coming and he keeps doing his thing.
He keeps coming. And matter of fact, he had one day, came back the next day. He done put the Capitol and people hanging off the Capitol in a painting that didn't even have anything about that. This dude, sometimes you meet geniuses and you just don't know you're in the presence of them.
Exactly.
So I'm we're gonna get off the subject. But I mean that's
But we're all covered in Team Frankie in the stream, though.
that's right, y'all. Team
I love
Frankie,
it. I
Team
love
Frankie.
it. Love
We
it.
wanna-
Love it. Love
I
it.
want y'all to continue to support my brother when he comes on to do each one of the sections he comes to do. He is working under a paradigm that many other people in this group are not working
Right.
on.
Exactly.
And I thoroughly appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
He is in it for the fight.
So we definitely love all of the Team Frankies.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
That means a lot. Means a lot. Even Ryan,
the team.
friend,
Yeah.
it's just that sometimes we don't know the commonality of the things that we're struggling with.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, he is the last of the gladiators of this group.
Okay.
Because I tell you, if I fall down in this studio, y'all ain't gonna see me. Louise,
Hey,
look,
Did
that
you see
one,
me? Did
what's
you
that?
see me?
That one over there
Right.
is taking over.
Hey. Be like, what? What happened? Hey.
All right,
Just know-
look, we got a couple people that's going to do some presentations tonight. I did something a couple of days ago where I aired the second quarantine.
Okay.
And I think we got a big reaction to folks that saw the exit interview from this.
Oh, we really did. We did. People stayed and they watched, and it was really good.
But I scraped and found the very first quarantine. And I had to show you that. I think I'm gonna wait till the last hour of the show to run that.
Okay.
But it's the very first quarantine with me and Charles Bibbs, and it shows you us working, talking, and then the exhibitions associated to what we did.
And they've really been enjoying Bibbs, so they have really been enjoying.
Well, you know what's not to enjoy? That dude is one of the most positive, easygoing working guys I know in the business.
Oh yeah. So
very seldom do you meet artists that empower you in a way that makes you want to stop what you're doing and start working. He could just be chilling. And by the time I finish chilling with him, it's like, I need to go to work. How many of your friends
get you that inspired?
Make you want to go to work?
Not a lot. Not a lot. Not a lot. You guys do though.
Miss Johnson says, LaShawn, those are some nice pieces, man. They're liking them. I wish your camera view was a little tighter, but you know
what? Let me see if I can bring this in just a little bit more. Not too much.
Let me boost them up a little bit. Maybe we can see it.
Well, it's all black now. You ain't gonna see much of anything.
Yeah,
it's all black.
He's doing what we call black on black crime.
Now, here's one.
There you go. There's one.
Oh, look at that head. I love that. And you did all of that in that Fimo clay, right?
No,
that's
Sculpty.
Right?
I mean, no. I'm sorry. You did all of that in that Sculpty clay.
It's Sculpty.
The Sculpty.
I don't know. He might have that Chinese brand called Sculpty.
He might have Sculpty. Because LaShawn ain't got no problem with
right.
going off the beaten trail.
That's right.
LaShawn's like, yeah. What?
We got another artist in the studio. We're going to pull them into the conversation. Look at this, Michelle Virginia.
Michelle.
You know
hey,
what?
Michelle.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
You know what? We got somebody in the group who is unlike anybody else in the group.
Oh no, right. You're true.
And she is driven to stay in touch with what we're doing. If anybody could have came up with an excuse not to participate in this event, it's Michelle Virginia. And through it all, through a slow start, through trying to balance a husband, a child, and probably got a whole barn of animals at her house.
Well, if she don't have in the house, she definitely have them on her paper.
Well, she don't have a lot of owls, according to the last piece she created.
Well, no.
But
Owls don't want to hang out with Michelle.
Michelle is I got a team for Gent out there too. Because she's hanging in there and doing the things. So how you doing, Michelle?
I'm doing great. It was nice. I got into the painting studio today and I got a nice long day of painting. Which I wish I could show the camera around here. But yeah, I was working on that owl piece that I was doing.
Okay.
And I'm pretty happy with that, like how that's coming. And I did a few smaller pieces where I added texture. And I got one like I did last night. I was trying a new technique.
Very nice.
There's a little mouse in it. Ooh.
All right, go ahead, Michelle. Oh man, that's nice.
Very, very nice.
Yeah, I
love it.
I guess for those of you that are not keeping up, I hope I didn't terrify all my folks that don't like mice.
Oh, sorry.
The girl can paint. I know by the time you looked at those leaves and saw that mouse, you probably ran into another room. that just shows you.
I should have given a warning.
She is definitely the animal. She's like Animal Kingdom up in here.
You should have gave a slight disclaimer. But now folks know how serious you are.
Because we definitely I was not expecting the mouse in the leaves. He's like, okay, and then she put it up. She's like, I was like, okay, all right. So she is definitely working the Animal Kingdom out here.
So what else you got cooking? I saw you had something on the screen there. Are you hiding or you what's up with this?
So I'm working on some stencils that I'm going to be using on those what is it called? The pieces that I'd shown the first time I did a presentation.
I know Michelle's password now.
No, the whole world knows Michelle's password now.
Well, it was wrong.
We are live. We are live. We are live.
She over there punching buttons all on the screen.
Somebody calls you the animal whisperer.
The animal whisperer.
Well, thankfully it was the wrong password.
Michelle Virgin is live today, y'all. She's extra live.
Yeah, I had these paint pours that I did a while back. I've got a few of them. And I really loved them, but I was afraid to paint on top. And I realized that the best way to approach that when I get nervous is I've been taking pictures of them and then I paint over them in a vector program because I also have a Cricut. I know one of the other artists was using a Cricut. And what I'm doing is I'm making stencils of foxes and butterflies so that I can do them in solid colors and get a perfect silhouette. Because if I hand paint it, the silhouette's going to be kind of like there'll be little imperfections. But I think that if I got a perfectly crisp silhouette, it would stand out against the loud backgrounds.
I think what I want you to do in future shows is to really show us how you use your iPad. Because that's the only thing you really haven't touched on. And at some point, I want you to see if you can do a project that people can understand how you use the iPad as a tool.
I actually, I have it out right now because I was going to give a little demonstration on making a vector.
Okay, well, go ahead. We got you. We'll go full screen on you.
Hey, Deborah.
So I've got my my Apple Pencil. The program that I'm using is called Affinity Designer. Which is it's a very inexpensive program for a vector program. I think it's I think I paid maybe $20 for it, but you get unlike Adobe Photoshop and whatnot, you get a lifetime. You own it, and so vectors are a bit different than painting other styles of things. When I start a vector, I usually draw a sketch. So underneath this is a sketch that I drew in Procreate. So I took a picture of the canvas and then I sketched over it in Procreate. So I can even so here's my Procreate sketch. I love using different brushes on here. I was using the gouache brushes because those are what I'm addicted to right now. But they behave a lot like gouache. And so I'll try out different sketches. And the cool thing about digital is you got these different layers. So if I make a sketch and I hate it, I'll just I usually save it and I take it off the screen because oftentimes there's a little bit I like in each sketch. And then at the end, I composite it based on my favorite parts of all the different parts of sketches. But then when I get it to somewhere that I'm happy with, even though this isn't very clear, but it's a sketch. And I know that I can improve it when I go into the vector. And so I opened up the vector program. This one was a little bit messier than I sometimes do. But when you work with vectors are math based. They're not actually, it's not the same thing as drawing with a pen. So I can start a new layer just to demonstrate. When you are working with a vector, and you can do this in there's tools to do this in Photoshop as well, which I used to work in, and that's how I learned. But vector-based programs are much better for learning vectors in, such as Adobe Illustrator would be one example, and Affinity Designer is another. There's a free program called Inkscape that some graphic designers use, but the learning curve is very steep. I can definitely tell you. Since I'm familiar with Photoshop, it was a natural transition for me to learn in Illustrator and then in Affinity, which is designed very similar. And so you have what's called a pen tool, but pen tools don't make lines. They make dots. And so you're actually assigning different points. And so when I start a vector, I find the areas that I'm most likely to have like changes in line. And this takes a lot of experience to learn. And honestly, sometimes I mess up. But what I do is I trace the outline of the whole thing. And that's actually where I'm at with this stage. And then I go and I refine the outline using a different tool. And so these are called nodes. You actually can move them around and you shift them. And then I basically make all sorts of little adjustments. And this can take a while until I'm very happy with it. And when I'm doing a vector, like one of my tattoo designs, I actually do the outline first. And then I get the silhouette to the point where I'm very happy with it. And then I'll go in with the pen tool. I'll make a new layer and I'll basically carve in where I want to remove the color. This leaves, so an example of how I would do that, I would start a new layer. And then I might say I wanted to do a curve, a swirl here. So I'll make a swirl. And so I'll very quickly make a swirl to start. And then if I was doing this for realsies, I would very carefully edit the swirl. I don't know if you can. I would edit it so that it was exactly even. And there's different tools that I might use to do that. But I often just kind of go by ear because I like there to be kind of a human hand still in my work. I don't like it to be perfect. And then I'll use subtract. And it's actually a mathematical process where it subtracts this from, the equations. And the reason why vectors are really cool is because they can scale infinitely. So when you draw a drawing, so if I draw a fox here, I'm drawing it over this canvas at the size so that when I print it, it will be at the exact size. But if I wanted to make this into a logo or anything, I could scale it up and print it at 2 feet, and it would have just as much detail as if I had painted it at 2 feet or even, 20 feet. And I think that's one of the coolest things about vectors. But that's actually also how you use a Cricut. Most people buy vectors. Most people don't design their own. But you can use programs like this to design cut files. And if I wanted to, I could cut this fox out of leather or anything, honestly. Leather's just one example. I forgot to where the subtraction.
I think they might have sold a couple of Cricut machines as a result of doing this.
I love mine. Oh my goodness. I did not buy it to do art with. I bought it to cut fabric, and it's like the one thing I haven't done with it. I ended up falling in love with it as a tool. It's great for making little like circles if I wanted to do little planets in a picture. It's great for I make t-shirts. I made the t-shirt that I'm wearing, which has a screaming possum on it. Hard to see. It's like I cut it out of, you can use heat transfer vinyls. Mm-hmm. So, and I do a lot of tattoo designs plus Celah vectors, but I ended up just running with it. I've only had it for a year and I've made so many different projects. Yeah, and public art, because I also used it when I was commissioned to do a jersey barrier. I was trying to figure out how to paint butterflies because I knew I wanted to do my butterfly fox, and I was trying to figure out how to get the veining on the butterflies. The painting had to be done in 3 hours. It was quite the intense experience.
Hey, Michelle, you got one person out there to ask you to repeat the name of the program you're using.
Affinity Designer. Affinity's the brand. They have a couple different programs, but Designer is their program for learning vectors. And they have tons of videos on YouTube, like tutorials to walk you through the program. I found that it to be very intuitive for me, but I had a little bit of experience with vectors previously.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah. But I thought that would be just something. But that's how I plan to tackle the pieces with the loud backgrounds. Because when I went to go try to paint one, I realized that my additions were being lost, especially with the layers that I work in.
Mm-hmm.
That I needed a new approach.
Well, that's some valuable information. I like to see how you can go into another whole world where you can control it in that pad versus the way you traditionally paint.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you still have the record for the least amount of paint used on the show.
Yeah, I'm very miserly.
She really takes the record. Well, no. If we're counting this, then Sheba Maya has the least amount of paint. Because I don't think that girl's used any.
Digital paint. It doesn't, you don't have to pay lots of money for it. And you don't have to figure out how to dispose it. And it never dries. That is definitely a feel for me.
I'm using my iPad more and more. Procreate. I use another program called Paper 53.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of really nice, simple programs you can learn how to do this very easily for everybody in the group. You can just download that app for less than $10.
Which one?
Paper 53. Before you start with Procreate, get Paper 53 first.
Oh, Paper 53.
I'll have to check that one out. I love Procreate.
It's a simple program, but if you are not acclimated to working on the computer on a tablet at all, do not start with Procreate because it will drive you crazy.
I actually love Autodesk Sketchbook, which is free. That's what I used to get used to working on the iPad. I had a brief window where I was able to go to figure drawing classes before COVID started, or not classes, but sessions locally. Mm-hmm. And I restricted myself to only using digital tools, and I used Autodesk Sketchbook because it was the closest to working in a real sketchbook.
Okay.
Although since then, I've fallen in love with there's a maker called Max Packs that makes brushes for the Procreate that replicate traditional tools. Mm-hmm. And I can't recommend them enough. That's the gouache brushes that I was using. I have the watercolor pack, and I have made watercolors in Procreate that looks almost exactly like I'd made them in real life.
Fantastic. That's good.
Okay, I guess you're just gonna have to make us a list, Michelle, and put it out. Send it.
I'd be happy to.
Well, thank you for that rundown. We'd like to know how things work. See what's happening in your world, because you go to another place. We got another artist in the house. We got Ryan Murray. We got Deborah Shedrick. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle.
Take care, Michelle.
Appreciate that.
I want to see what Deborah's up to today.
What's up, Deborah? And Deborah.
Deborah is just a painting within herself. Look.
Deborah might be having some technical difficulties.
I know. She looks like a piece of artwork.
What's happening, Ryan?
Not much. How are you?
We are doing good, man. I see you and the cricket are rolling today, huh?
Yep. Sure are.
What you working on over there today?
I am printing out a layer of text to go over some of my incomplete pieces, because that's often what I do to get more of a feeling of completion.
Okay. Very good. And for those of you that have not been keeping up, Ryan has amassed a body of work. I'm going to play some of his pieces right now. Where do we got it at? Let me see here. See where Ryan is. So that is a bit of Mr. Ryan Murray's portfolio that he's amassed so far doing the show. Let's see if we can get Deborah Shedrick in here. What's happening, Deborah?
Hey, Deborah.
Oh, it's a good day. How's it going with y'all?
Yeah, it's a
Hey,
good day.
Deborah.
It's a good day. How y'all doing?
Forget about it.
Yo, so enthusiastic.
Woo.
What you got for us, Deborah? What you got for us today?
You know, I wasn't on the schedule, so I decided to crash the party.
You know what I did was I'm still producing the schedule for when you had your hiatus. That was my fault. That was a mistake on my part. But you know, you can check in any time of the day.
Deborah, it's all about you. You can come in anytime you want.
But we got to get you while your signal's good. So tell us what's new.
What you got?
So you did get my images by WeTransfer, right?
Yes, I did. Have you had a chance to see your own work yet on the screen?
The first 5.
That's what I'm talking about. Deborah Shedrick looking like a real artist. She looking like a
crank
real
it
artist.
up.
Huh?
I gotta crank it up.
Oh, you know what? I ain't even worried about you. I told LaShawn, you better watch out. This third week is normally when you get pumped out.
I know.
It takes me a long time to warm up.
So we showed everybody we're having a slight delay with your feed today.
Oh Lord. What can I say?
Say something. Say something. We don't need blank air.
I'm the slight delay. The computer is just imitating me.
But you say it doesn't have anything to do with the network. I'm the slight delay.
Oh my God.
Like,
Yeah, so I decided I'm gonna hang with you all for the rest of the night. Maybe I'll get something done. Can I do that?
Woo,
you can do whatever you want. We're gonna keep
would
you right on the screen, baby. We're gonna keep you right on the screen.
That's right. Besides, folks love to see you when you show up. You and Karen, y'all like God.
Rosemary just said hi, welcome back, and prayers to you in your loss.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I've read her emails. I just haven't responded yet, but I appreciate her and the love she's sending out to me and my family.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, y'all. So, all right, well, do your thing, Deborah.
Do your thing.
What else we got here on the? I'm gonna
go hook my other computer up so we can all be working today.
Yeah, we might just start up the working hour, huh?
However you want to do it. Let me go hook my computer up. I'm gonna go set up my laptop.
think I got something I can show you right now from our brother right here, since he is being a machine in the background.
Okay.
Hey y'all, 17, and I'm still working on some of my clay pieces. Continuing with that, so let me show you them right now. For this particular one, I want to usually put her hair up in a bun. I'm just adding on a little extra clay to give me a foundation. Okay. And add some strands of hair.
Deborah, somebody wants to know how wide your piece is.
It's a small piece. It's like maybe 4 by 12. And I'm just, it's a basic figure, and I'm just using lace on top of the image. So can you see it? Probably 4 by 12. I found these today, laying in the floor in one of those rooms that I dare not show.
Louise.
Yes, Karen.
When I come in the house, no, everybody's supposed to say good evening. Nobody said nothing. So I'm saying it to y'all, good evening.
We didn't do the Karen.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, y'all. Good
Hey,
evening.
Karen.
Hey, Karen.
I've been here and I was like,
You know, girl, we was all like in the mix.
I know. I was like, I ain't feeling no love right now. But hey, I got. Is that LaShawn or is that Poncho?
That's Poncho right there.
Hey, I have a question for you guys. I need some suggestions.
Okay.
Can I get some advice?
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, so I have an
Let's
idea.
put you in the middle so we can see you.
Okay, so my father does what they call the duck season. And so he's giving me these beautiful, beautiful feathers. And so you see that?
Nice.
Ooh, those are nice.
So I have all these beautiful feathers. So what I've done is I have worked on a couple of pieces and I'm actually stumped at this point. And looking for some objective views. Ooh, can't reach it. I'm coming. Okay. So it's a side profile. And I was thinking
Ooh.
about suggestions. So does anybody have any suggestions or thinking outside of the box with that?
Ooh.
You see what I mean? Wait a minute.
That would be nice.
I like that.
Especially if you take time to find a creative way to tie them.
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
It's almost like she'd have to thread them in there.
Well, she's got holes already on the bottom, so that's great.
Right. And so, I think the thing that I was trying to see how that would work, because I'm going to soak them in water.
How strong are those stems?
They stab you in the eye. You can write with them like.
Why don't you just form a hoop with the feather and find a way to tie it, and then tie multiple feathers across those holes you got.
Okay. That's what I was thinking
let
too.
Let it just hang down.
Okay.
That'd be really nice.
Okay.
Especially if those stems are strong.
Yeah, these stems are strong.
Then I got another one for you. Take a bead, a handmade bead. Put the handmade bead on the bottom of the feather. Then when you loop it, you will put it inside the bead. You'll have a bead on top of it.
Okay.
And you'll be using a natural stem.
Okay. That sounds cool too.
You probably use glue on it to hold it together.
Right. Okay, cool. How about you, Deborah? Any ideas? Did you see it?
Yeah, I like the idea.
Okay.
So are the feathers going to be like part of the base?
Part of the what? So I can drag it through.
Are the feathers going to be like part of the base?
Yes.
Or is it going to?
And I just wanted to hang down.
That's what I was thinking. I like that. I like that right there.
And then to put your handmade beads on that, that'd be hot.
Okay. All right, cool. All right. So off to the races with that. Okay.
I really
and
like
I got
that.
a lot of them. I got a lot of feathers. So anybody wants any feathers, I have beautiful feathers.
But Poncho, what I was thinking was because just in case, when age and stuff comes in, I was trying to think if there was a way to do like a leather intertwining in the back or something. And
she knows how to knit. She knows how to do macrame. So
right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was thinking, just to kind of give that feather some support as over the years.
Right. Well, there's one thing that you can use, which I was telling Deborah about, is the fabric hold. It's a fabric stiffener or stiffener, so it would hold it into place. And so I think that I'm gonna also try to incorporate some burlap inside of it, somehow to do the weaving, hopefully. So, just trying to figure that out. But Pancho, you know, that alcohol thing might be working for this. I don't know.
Yeah, it would. Especially with that hair.
Yeah.
I know you do some hair. Girl, I just got to tell you, I loved what Sheba did with those drawings.
I did too. It was an honor.
I saw
for
you
her
chime
to do
in.
It was an honor. It was an honor. It was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I love it. Love it. It was amazing. So I am getting ready to start a new kiln. So I'm excited. It's about to be on.
Well, do your thing.
Yep. Thank y'all.
Where's everybody?
Well, everybody, like I said a little earlier, we are going to play a video while all of us are working of the very first quarantine. I found a video to that. Please disregard the weight of the gentleman that is on that video.
Good morning, world. It's probably day 5. This whole experience has been an amazing experience. There's a couple of things I did not realize was going to happen. The first day was the first time in a long time I think I've been excited about my work direction. We had really tried for a long period of time to organize this event. And, you know, as usual, when you try to do something that's different, you run to snag at the last minute. I never planned to be away for a month in my whole career. So this is the first time I've ever actually spent a whole month away from my office, my phone, my family, to concentrate on my body and work. That's one of the hardest things, has been adjusting to the amount of work that I've been doing. It's been interesting to me that each day I work is draining. Normally, in the normal course of the day, I'm running around, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I think those breakups, doing my running, doing my normal daily chores, break up the creativity. And then when I start looking at how many hours I actually create per day, it's pretty minimal. I may, if I squeeze out 3-4 hours a day for creativity, I'm being very lucky if I can do that with the normal flow of things. But being in this environment, I woke up at 30 and sometimes went to bed at 12 o'clock, and I stayed in the studio the whole day. And each morning, it's like I felt like a freight train in run over me, because it's a pretty taxing, draining situation. But it's been exciting at the same time. Some really nice work has come about in a short amount of time I've been here. And I'm hoping that most people, when they see the work, they're going to really appreciate what we've done. At the Biff compound right now, where I'm inside of his cabana, which is a separate house from his house. I'll give you a tour of that at some point I visit.
This is an awesome house. It has an awesome collection of personal artwork too. Being in this environment is interesting because Charles, from time to time, still has to tend to work, whereas he's going in and out, and he's been doing some pretty nice work too. I mean, we've been trying to track and keep ourselves on the pace of creating at least 3 pieces a day, which is really kind of time consuming, but at the same time, we neither one of us knew what was really possible and how we manage our time. We have a gallery that's going to hold most of the work for us and give a little show for us towards the end. Today is January 13th, and I got here on January 8th and hit the ground running pretty much. Got quite a few pieces done already. But Charles is in and out most of the day. And like yesterday, he stayed here until 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. So our time has been really interesting. But we've had some conversations along the way that I think have been very enlightening. And I'm hoping that later on we'll be able to do some of that stuff on tape. About creativity, what we believe about creativity, what's happening with the art market. A lot of those things are interesting topics while you're painting, because a lot of times we don't realize how much common ground we have with what we're doing. And it's a blessing for me to be able to be with the #1 contemporary artist in our country, African American artist. I consider myself to be blessed to be in the man's space, let alone him opening up his home for me to be here for a month. Traditionally, you don't hear about stuff like that. Now, I think it's the first time 2 professional artists in our market have gotten together to do a project like this, because we wanted to see what would happen if we quarantined ourselves. And that's actually what we call as a creative quarantine. And to see what kind of works will come about. And we're doing some things that are totally against the grain of what we normally do. Because of time restraints, but this is a freeing situation. We do a lot of things that people are accustomed to seeing on the market, but people really don't know what we're capable of doing outside of the market. So it gives us a chance to kind of exercise some of that with our work. And that part's been a lot of fun. But as we go along, I think that we'll get a flow with the work right now. This is day 5. So, sometimes you got to get a pace going. We're going to be physically working for 3 weeks. So I'll be showing some of the pieces I've been working on for that period of time. Some of the nice things we got a chance to work on since I've been here is all kinds of things that are not normally painted, like vases. This is one of the pieces I did. It's on a ceramic vase, and the image is painted in acrylic. And it's a pretty nice piece. We did a lot of plates, tiles, I had art things, mirrors, and so forth. I think people are going to really like to see some of the things we had a chance to do on this trip. I'm doing a lot of pieces. This is one of the smaller pieces I did. It's a canvas piece. It's 8.5 by 10. Looks a little bigger on the screen, but Tricky Waves execution happened, early part of the month, and I did this piece kind of honor to do. It has a lot of articles throughout the whole piece that talk about his execution or the days prior to his execution. The title of this Confined, so I did some thought-provoking pieces along with you too. But we did a wide range of pieces and just kind of let the energy flow. We did some plates that I'll show you a little later on that we're very, very excited to do. One of the fun things I got to do was this big vase. This is a ceramic vase. It has light's kind of hard to see, but it has figures going around. 2 figures, and they're locked 2 women. Pieces done with all types of metallic, golds, bronzes, and coppers, and got a lot of real nice details on it. The images are locked on all around. So there are quite a few vessels that actually have figures going on. I think most people are going to like those too.
Along my way, I met a really nice fella by the name of Boss. Boss is a very, very big pit bull that's on Bibbs compound. Bossy Boss is my friend. He's been looking out for me the whole time I've been here. He's got a counterpart named Patra, who I'll introduce you to later. But Boss, look at that face. Now, don't let this dog fool you, because he is a ferocious one in defense. I'm just glad he took a liking to me, because if he didn't, it'd be a whole different ball game. Ain't that right, Bossy Boss? What's happening, bossy boss? You are the man. How you doing, little fella? From the kid, bossy boss? No, I couldn't find Petro earlier because she's a very smooth sailor. But where is she? Oh, there she is. Hey, Patra. Patra is the other ferocious dog here at the compound. She's probably a little bit meaner than Bossy Boss, but she's smaller. But she's been keeping me good company here at the studio. Ain't that right, Patra? Ain't that right, Patra? My goal is to do 365 drawings. I will draw every day in 2006. I will do an extra drawing for every day I miss. Another thing I'm trying to do while I'm here is to do a series of sketches in my sketchbook. I have a little small sketchbook, a little 5x7 book. Has some drawings that I've been working on. And as I go, I'm going to do a drawing every day. Each one of these so far, I haven't missed any time on. It's been interesting to me to make myself do a pencil drawing because I really hate pencil. Pencil is probably my least, what can I say? I like pencil, but it's very limiting, so you can't fake pencil. So I have to, this year I have to make myself do a pencil drawing. Basically, I just start with a blank sheet. I'll do whatever comes to mind. I don't have anything planned when I open my sheet. I can start as a blank sheet. And as I go along, I'll let you see some more of the pieces that I'm working on my sketchbook. Very few people get a chance to look in my personal sketchbooks. And some of the stuff I did while I was on the plane on the way turned out real nice. I think I'm trying to do another piece like that while I'm here. That's another good thing too, is that, usually when I do these pieces, there's prerequisites to doing art pieces. Some days I feel like doing something real simple. A rare view into Poncho's world, if you can. This is a nice piece too. Little father with his child looking into the sky. At times I may look through books and get ideas on things and do my own little spin on them. This is the one I started this morning. And let's see how far I can get with her before the day is over. One of the good things about my sketchbook is that all these pieces come from my imagination. It may have been motivated from things that I've seen, books that I've read, but when I get to a book, I try to make sure I do everything from my imagination. I don't limit myself in time. I do have some books that are 5-minute drawings. I like that. I might be doing a piece or to make print as it is. It's a clay. This was motivated from the piece I saw at Charles' house. I like doing things about couples and black love, how that subject goes. So a little character, I don't remember how I came about this character. I think I was looking at TV and saw the big statues of Easter Island and said they look like big brothers. So I started using a variation of those for a character that I use in my pieces. Charles was having a discussion on hip hop influence. He's working with a youth group right now, and I was just trying to capture some pieces from that conversation, seeing how they were dancing and expressing themselves, oversized clothing, and I'm dealing with that issue with my own son at this point. So some of these guys get pretty acrobatic with those oversized clothes and boots and stuff. I decided to do a little series of those pieces. Have a lot of movement, angularity, that's what we're doing. Most of the guys have their hair braided or out, or tied back, or afro variation of afro, natural. Back where I'm from, the dark hoodie is. So you see all the guys wearing army fatigues, big boots. This is what you call nappy head woman. I haven't titled it yet, but that's what was in mind when I did the piece. Oh, it's natural hair. You know, some of these pieces may become larger. I have a couple pieces. I like to show how forms interact and overlap. And I do our transparencies, like in the shoulder, negative spaces, and then color one end in and not color the other end. Not really worried about things being in proportion. So it's just a study I did that I faced today earlier that had a lot of attitude in it. So try to catch that same attitude in this drawing. Just a little study of women in a chair. Charles did a whole bunch of pieces of women in chairs. I said, let me try women in a chair and see what I come up with. I think I did okay. That's it for my book for right now. Along the way, I've been very strict on documenting my work. As you can see, we have a title, date, size, and the medium. Also have prices going down there. So as of today, I've been trying to stay on a 3-piece a day schedule. The yellow areas you see are at 3 pieces a day, how many pieces I would have gotten done. And as you can see, today I finished 33 pieces. But wait a minute, that's just one side. At a 3-piece a day schedule, you can see it's my second page. And this does not include my daily sketches. I've also done a daily sketch since I've been here, which would add to this total, but I'm not going to put those in this year. These are just creations from the quarantine. As you can see, I am down to 53 pieces as of the 24th of January. Real proud of this list. This is going to give me a really good start for the year. Typically, I do 120 pieces a year, and I do those within a 4-month period. But to do 53 pieces is doing great. And I've been a stickler for documentation. One thing I learned about Mr. Biggs is that he is not. He usually leaves it to his staff, but it's 2 really nice, subtle pieces he just did of women in chairs. I thought y'all should see these. I thought they were really nice pieces. Very nice pieces. I don't think he's quite titled them yet. That's always a problem with Mr. B. Because he likes to create and frame them, and he's not such a stickler on titles as I am. But I love these 2 pieces, very subtle pieces. Hoping that when I get ready to leave, I can have a choice of a few of those works.
This email this morning from another artist who basically says, well, it's a good thing to see artists working together in reference to our quarantine. He says, I'm working on a project. Could you please share with me your secrets? And like I was saying to you earlier, there is no secret. That's all. If you got a project that you want to work on, you just do it.
What do you think about the element of competition in this business? Because I think the biggest problem I see is that there's still a few artists that have this view that this is a competitive business, and that almost stops them from working together, learning from each other.
Well, I think it's just a perception, and it's a false perception at that. I think there is no competition, and there should be nothing that an artist is afraid to do in terms of sharing information. You know, and the fear of maybe sharing too much that it may jeopardize them in some way and giving up business or something like that. That to me does not exist, because art is a matter of taste and like, and what you like. Okay, well, if they like poncho, they're gonna buy poncho.
Yeah, and
they're gonna like this.
Yeah, I've never viewed it as competition, because I view it as a competition if you have a print and I have a print and we're both selling the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, if a person, a collector likes your work and my work, they will buy both. So I don't understand where that comes from. I don't know why artists are so amazed when we take the time. That's what we need to talk about, the time to do our art.
Well, that's why we're so far behind the industry anyway, is because of this Willie Lynch mentality of distrust. It just keeps every time we turn around and we're making progress. Here we go. We take about 1,000 steps backwards based on our inability to trust each other.
Right.
And that is the fallacy, and that is the problem with us today. And until we learn how to master that and overcome that, we're not going to make significant progress in this industry. Because it takes all of us working together to make a difference. And if we distrust each other, it's not going to happen. Okay? There is nothing that I know or that I have that I wouldn't share with anybody else. I don't feel any threat because I feel comfortable in my abilities to generate income for myself through my art. Okay? And I think we all need to have that confidence in each other. And then we all need to have that confidence in ourselves. If you distrust and think that the next artist is competing against you in some way, then that demonstrates your lack of confidence in yourself, your ability to carve out your niche in this vast business. And it is vast.
Yeah, it truly is.
Okay, it is vast. Out of 1 million prospective customers, the only thing I need is to give me 200 customers out of that 1 million, and I'll make a living. Okay, so there's a perfect example of what the potential is, and there's just no reason on earth why we should be distrusting each other in terms of giving information.
I think that's just a few, because I think that when you start talking about artists that are on the track that we're on, we do collaborate for ideas, sharing shows, information like that. If you had to say one thing that you think artists need to do collectively, what would it be?
We share mailing lists, but there's a perfect example. All the successful artists already knows the value of sharing information. Okay, because we've already did it, right?
Right, yeah, at one time.
You look at all the guys that we've shared mailing lists with, are the people who have tremendous confidence in themselves and their work.
Right.
Okay, we're not worried about each other because we're all successful in our own right.
Yeah, and the artists, I have found a group of artists at one time, you, myself, and Lee, and Paul could not have shared lists.
That's what I'm talking about.
But there's also a phenomenon out there with the dealers as known as this paranoid dealer. I know you've run across a few of names, but how do you feel about those dealers that feel like they control a particular area? Or customer base? Yes.
Territory?
Yeah.
Oh.
Have you ever dealt with a dealer and they seem reluctant, like a distrust factor involved with what they're doing, and then you find they have some control issues with how they're dealing with their business?
I think that distrust, now, that is real competition. And I can understand that. Okay. When you talk about dealers, there's a big difference between dealers and artists. Dealers are very protective of their territory. They're very protective of your images as well as my images. They're very conscious of where the source of these images are, and they protect those sources. Now that's understandable, and that's a fact. That's out there in the trenches of commercial exchange and commercial business. So you're going to have that. But among people who create, among manufacturers, okay, yeah, like you take Ford and the other automakers, they're very competitive, okay, but they share technology. So a lot of the technology is shared, and a lot of the technology, that information is open. But I think what they do protect is a look, and it's the same way artists. I protect a particular ideal and concept in the way my art looks. You protect a particular ideal and concept in the way your art looks. Okay, that we don't like to see duplicated. Okay, and I think most artists have a respect for that. Okay, the artists that don't, what do we call them? We call them knockoff artists. Okay, now that's something that you can't protect against. You can't stop people from knocking your work off because it's open. It's open season on it.
Yeah, with technology.
Out there.
Yeah, with technology being the way it is, that's going to become more and more of an issue.
Right. But to answer your questions, out there among customers, I deal with customers all the time, and they're very protective of their territory. They don't want other people, say, down the street. They don't want me selling to the person down the street, and I understand that. And that's why we came up with what we call authorized dealers. And what that does is help them to survive in a very competitive business, and also helps us to lend credibility to the product that we sell. So it all works hand in hand.
One thing that me and Mr. Bibbs discussed the possibilities of doing is to start an accessory line, which I thought was a really exciting idea. We did do a lot of pots, vases, vessels, mirrors, odd framed items. We even painted on some palm fronds, which are the pieces that fall off the palm trees in his yard. We made some masks out of that. Did some glass plates. I'm sure there's a couple of other things I forgot. I did an ostrich egg. Let's see, he has a ceramic egg over there too that he's going to be working on. But what we did is we got a chance to stretch our canvas. Me and Charles are both paper media people. That's a big issue for both of us because we've done most of our works on paper. We really know we should be moving towards doing more canvas pieces, and it's really a mental block because I noticed that when we both paint on other things, we're just as intense as when we paint on paper. So that's something I'm going to make a big attempt to do for the remainder of the year once I leave this quarantine, is to do more pieces on different media. Want to order some more plates and some more other vases. I really enjoyed painting the vessels. The vessels was a really nice thing. It will also make me take my three-dimensional works more serious. I do some ceramic work on the side, I call it, because I've never had the time to do it. I even took a casting course and started casting a few of the things I've done and sculpted in ceramic clay. But I've never had a chance to completely been sitting around in my studio for maybe, 3 years. When I get back home, those pieces will be complete. I think I got that underway through the quarantine. The quarantine definitely made me look at different objects a different way. And it would be nice. This market is really ready for some pieces that are in the accessory realm. We've got a lot of two-dimensional pieces. Most people now are moving towards acquiring at least 1, 2, 3-dimensional pieces. And the accessory pieces kind of fit right within the two of those. So, and nobody's doing it. And, Mr. Bibbs says, hey, let's think about doing it. He's the kind of guy to get it done. And I'm looking forward to actually having a chance to do that. That should be a lot of fun. PR is a big part of, I think, our success is something we take very seriously. And here is a card that I took all of the pictures. I bought a new camera while I was at home. I really documented everything that we created through the quarantine. And a few of those pieces show up on the postcard that we're about to mail out. This is going to go out to most of the people in the Los Angeles and California area. We have 2 shows that were booked, which was really cool. What we'd like to do with this quarantine project is, in addition to the artists getting together and creating a body of work, is to do that in conjunction with a gallery. And that's a nice piece because at the end of the show, we would like to be able to do an exhibition which show those works from the quarantine. I've taken another step and I've actually started unlocking a lot of the pieces on my website. And hopefully I get a chance to show you what that looks like on camera. But bottom line is I got about 28 pieces that me and Charles have created online already. And they've been up and people get a chance to get a feel for them. We've also sent out an email newsletter announcing the quarantine, what we're thinking about doing, and if people want to secure or reserve pieces, which I think is going pretty good so far also. Elaine Bibbs is a big part of helping us promote this show, and we ended up getting 2 shows. A coffee grinder has a gallery called the Art Ring Gallery. It's a coffee shop that has a gallery space. And Charles has been doing shows with this person for about 20 years here in the Reno Valley and Riverside area. And he agreed that he liked the project and wanted to house the show. The show looks really handsome in that little space. I was a little reluctant when I walked in, but when I really got to see how it looked and how he hung the work, it'll be a good conversation piece. And it's a nice atmosphere for introducing new pieces. And from there, we go down to Los Angeles to 626 Gallery, which I think is going to be really a great fair on the 4th of February, which is the day I was supposed to be leaving. But now I'm extending my flight so I can stay here and do that, and I'll get out like the early part of the next that week. But so far, the PR is lining up. There's been an e-blast sent out in the area, which is something that we both do. I've done an e-blast from my mailing list, just over 2,000 people. They've done one in the Inland Empire area, which is a pretty substantial amount of people. So we really get to see how that PR works out. For this show coming up this week on the 28th. I have a couple of pieces I'd like to finish up for that. So, but the PR part's important. We do PR. It's funny when I talk to people, the first thing they say to me is, "Oh, you're having fun. You're going away you're gone for a whole month. You're on vacation." I'm like, well, they really don't understand. It's not really about a vacation. Sure, I'm away for a month. I'm in California, Southern California, like that. But I didn't come here for vacation. I came here to concentrate on a body of work with a colleague that I have a lot of respect for, and to experiment to see what would happen if we locked ourselves into a space and just created for a period of time. And in this case, it's 3.5 weeks. That's that. People ask me, "Well, are you having fun?" Well, I'm having fun. But it's not like an amusement park fun. It's a bit of work. And it's not something I think people really realize because they don't get a chance to see the process. And we really didn't get a chance to shoot the process as much as we would have liked to because we got so deep into the work and trying to shoot it became an issue. So, yes, I'm having fun, but I'm here to work. And I've been here since January 8th. It's the 24th of January today. And I took 1 day's break. That was it. That's it. I've been working 12 to 15-hour days. So that's my goal. Continue to lock it down. 3 more weeks. Another week or so. We got our first show coming this weekend on the 28th, but I'm going to still be creating. After that point, I'm going to be creating up to the point when I leave, which is a little after February 4th. So let's see what happens. One of the things I learned about myself since I've been here, we work with my colleagues, is that I have a serious amount of discipline, which is something that I take lightly. And I guess when you're used to work in a certain way, you don't really get a chance to judge what that means. I've overheard other folks saying Poncho's been up there all day. I'm like, well, yeah. But my normal week is like that. But I've never been quite this concentrated. I did learn that about myself, that I am disciplined. I got to find a way to focus on that a little bit better to get more creative work done in the course of a year. On a good year, 120 pieces. On a bad year, I got 50 pieces done. Last year, I got 50 pieces done. To me, that was a bad year. And in contrast, I finished 53 pieces already here. So, it just gives you an idea of 3 weeks versus the year, how much time I have to really create. And so that's going to be something I learned that along the way. And hopefully will keep me going throughout the year on a great pace of creativity. What did I learn about Mr. Bibbs? Mr. Bibbs is an amazing artist. Sometimes I watch him run around doing all this business stuff, and then he comes in here and he'll knock out 2 or 3 pieces that really show me his level of talent. A lot of people get to see his prep work, but they don't get a chance to see his original work. And watching him create pieces through this process has been a wonderful thing to see how simplistic he is. And I could learn some of that. My biggest problem is I've been trying to loosen up in order to get a satisfactory image done in a reasonable amount of time. But I've been watching him simplistically approach it. And I think that he's trying not to use cross-hatching as much as he would like to on these pieces. And I'm trying not to be, too rigid in my approach. I guess my penny has gotten a lot looser during this quarantine. Some of that's because of the time restraints. But I think that some of that, we still got some good responses. And I'm going to probably continue to work on that when I get back at home with my new body of work for the year. Everybody's striving for levels of simplicity in their work. And I think that I may have picked up a couple of notches being mocked away. Nice windy day here in sunny California. But I wanted to show you guys a detail of this pot. I thought was pretty hot. It's kind of hard to spread around. You see the details. She wraps all the way around the bowl. Hi, listeners, all about me. Look at the attitude. Starts with the sun, and this is hard to photograph, but it's got all the women wrapping around it in the bronze, rolls, and all that kind of stuff. Really proud of this one. It's going to be a really nice piece. There's that funky mirror again. I call it funky because I think folks don't really get into it. Got a blue face in one corner, a yellow ochre face in the other corner, an aqua face in that corner, green face in that corner. Many Moves is the title of the piece. And if you don't believe it's a mirror, well, maybe I'll just tilt it over so you can see me in there shooting at it. Oh, isn't that wild? Artist acting crazy. Here's a really funky vase by my man Charles Bibbs. Determined that did turn out nice. He did some really funky vases. He also did a couple of funky plates too. Here's one of many plates that Charles has done. I'm going to show you some of mine a little later on. They've all been taken over to the gallery already, but get an overview of what we've been working on. Details. Charlie D is the man. I'm going to show you some copies of mine a little later on. Some of the odd things we got to work for, we got these weird framed birds on the top of them. So it's a sneak preview of what Charles is working on. You go inside it, I'll show you how that piece looks for later on. I have one just like this. I don't know what to do with it. So I'm going to show you later on the piece that Charles did with it. It's really nice. Looks like the piece confined. There'll probably be a slideshow at some point of some of the pieces. The title of this piece is What About Me? It's painted on embossed paper. I'm laying it on the floor because, I do that a lot. A lot of people know that when I finish pieces, I basically throw them on the floor to look at them. Gives me an overview of the piece. What About Me? Done in acrylic. And there is nice picture. I call this a spontaneous woman because it's done in wash, ink, a little bit of black gesso, so it makes me a small little watercolor piece. Wasn't very spontaneous. I didn't use any drawing. I just started out with the end product. This was entitled Scarred. I've been real interested in doing a slave series, but actually this piece goes the other way. So I did it like this. It's the way it's actually presented to go. And it actually shows a contemplative man. Scars on his back. As you can see, I'm not a cinematographer, but at the same time, I just wanted to share, see what we're doing here. Actually, this piece could go both ways. pieces within my spirit. I'm trying to do a couple of abstract pieces while I'm here. This piece here just kind of reminds me of where I come from and where I am with my spirituality. There's a hidden cross in the corner, and a lot of warm colors, and sunset colors, and so forth. So, got a lot of texture to it. That Moray pattern I was telling you about earlier is created with alcohol. And I like it because you don't know where it's going to end up, and it does something different everywhere you go. Whenever I do a piece, it's going to have a different feel. It's some brushwork. It's all acrylic on printmaking paper within my spirit. Sometimes I do a real rough sketch of a concept and something real quick. This is a small little piece, see, it's not much bigger than my hand. But I've already started on this piece, and right now it's not doing what I want to do, but by the time I'm finished, you'll see. Give you a sneak preview to it. Here she is so far, and this is stage one. I'll get a chance to work on it some more. It's going to look a little different than this, but don't have a title for her as of yet. Size of this piece is 20 by 30 inches. And it's acrylic. This project has taught me that the creative process is a very fragile one. I had my own view of what creativity was, and I think that that's an arguable point. But personally, I think I underestimated how much discipline was involved with creativity. During my normal week, I would do my running around, my errands. I would leave the shop. I would talk on the phone. I would fill orders. I might get out and do a show every now and then. And then my creative period became less and less because of my other obligations. Being in this location for this period of time, concentrated work, because I have truly been in quarantine. I've been getting up in the morning. I've been coming here. I've been working till late at night and doing the same thing for the day. I didn't realize how taxing it is to continuously create new pieces. I think that when you're running around and you're doing those things that you do every day, you still get a break. It's like trying to concentrate on something for a long period of time. After a while, you lose concentration. By doing a normal routine, you actually break that concentration for periods. So you get a kind of a recharge. When you're grinding at it, hour after hour, I was doing 12 to 15 hour days since I got here on January the 8th. I began to realize that, hey, why is it that I'm feeling so tired at the moment? It's because you've been trying to create something all day. Now, there's a creative point where when I'm painting, you're not focused in. But when you have a set goal, and I tried to set a personal goal for myself of doing 3 pieces a day. And I think I made one day where I got bad news and I found out that my former office manager, Mikey Jones, passed away. So I didn't get anything done that day. I did come in here and create, but I didn't finish anything. I based things on when I finished. Another thing too is that I had another day where I made a break. It was Saturday where I did nothing. Just kind of went out and got a chance to get out of that. I was out of the studio just about the whole day. What I have learned about it is that I need to really start dividing my creative time so that I can have a better view of what I'm doing in the future. It allows me a chance to get an opportunity to pace myself like I did on this
this retreat. 3 pieces a day. I think that in a normal flow of things, I should be able to finish at least 1 piece a day.
Well, it's almost 12 o'clock again on the 27th. I'm sitting here getting ready to get into my journal for the night. Day's been a decent day. That's the day before our first unveiling at the Art Wing Gallery tomorrow, 4 o'clock. As of tonight, I have finished my lucky number, 62 pieces. I'm feeling really good about the body work that I've gotten done. I think it's going to set me off on a good pace for the year. Under normal circumstances, I get 120 pieces done on a really good year. And just in this 3-week period, I've gotten half of that done. So that's going to relieve a lot of pressure for me as I continue to do the rest of the year. The main thing is I'm at a comfortable pace now. It's the 3rd week. Our 3rd week will be ending on Sunday, 2 more days. I'll try to get tomorrow and paint a little bit before we go over to the show. And more than likely, I'll try to do something. I might take tomorrow evening off and then start again on Sunday, which should be the end of the 3rd week. Me and Charles haven't had a chance to do too many collaborations because we've been busy trying to concentrate on getting out good body work. And so next week, we're going to devote some time to doing a couple collaborations together. I think that should be fun. As we go to week 4, which I had not anticipated. I did say I wanted to be here for a month, but I think overall, I think it's going to work out pretty good. Tomorrow, I'm going to try to shoot some stuff at the gallery so people can see what our first opening looked like. And then I'm going to try to do the same thing when we get down to LA and just to reshoot everything so that people can see what our typical opening looks like. I'm really looking forward to the LA show. It's going to be a lot of fun. Today I got a chance to work on a piece that kind of got into, dealt with the whole Katrina issue. I remember when the first reports came out, people and a lot of the news media were using the term refugee. And then after the show, taking a lot of flack from political leaders and otherwise, they shifted it to the evacuees. So you very seldom even hear the term refugee, but I haven't forgotten. So I did a piece called Refugee Evacuee. It's basically a male that's contemplating the difference between the two. African American male. And within the piece, there's all kinds of references to that experience with Katrina. And I hope people will be able to get into that. A lot of my collage pieces I like to do because I usually will take newspaper clippings of different things that I've worked on, from different things that I've read also. And I just save them and then at some point I cut them apart and incorporate them in pieces. So I think early in this reel you saw a piece that I was working on. That's the piece. Trying to do some provoking stuff while I was here too. But I had a lot of fun doing the palm leaves and some of the other things we worked on. And also, I think from this point forward, we're going to be doing more 3-dimensional pieces. Me and Charles are discussing the possibility of launching an accessory line. So that should be pretty fun. And got a lot of positive stuff to develop from some of our conversations in the years. It's 3-year period. Lately, I've been meeting so many artists and creative people that have ideas, and ideas are wonderful. I think that most people need to understand that ideas are essentially just air. Ideas are thoughts that have not been put into
reality. So if you're just going to verbalize the idea and never work towards completing the idea, then essentially it's just a waste of energy. An idea is energy, you know. But until you do a prototype with it, it does not become real. And so I meet so many artists who just or creative people that go and they want to come up with an idea. The way you tell you some ideas, right? I'm the one. I'm working all the time, and as you can see from this tape, you know, I've been working long days, from 8, 9 o'clock till 11, 12 o'clock at night, and still I meet people that have to want to suggest ideas to me, which I don't have a problem with, but I guess the biggest thing for me is make your ideas a reality so they'll have a life of their own, because I do that every day. So, people don't mean any harm, but that's my view on the whole idea thing. People have gone into their grave with file cabinets full of ideas that have never made it to fruition.
We will put these up.
I'm just beginning to set up the show for the Coffee Grinder show. Just walking through, doing a count of some of the pieces that are here.
What do you use? Acrylic as a background?
Yeah.
It's a collection of all of the vases that we've done.
Oh no. I don't know why that's on there.
Quite a few of the pieces have been hung, but we have a couple more that we want to try to do. The pieces all along the wall. Pieces all along this wall too. Some of the framing we had done at Baxter's Framing and Design. Did a nice job with some of the pieces. Palm fronds that we worked on.
Oh, I left the matchmaker at home.
Charles is going over his final inventory list. For those of you that don't believe we do this in an organized fashion. I mean, one of the funniest things about this business is that Charles always has challenges with his titles.
Yes.
So this is the challenging part. Look at that. Look at that. The master.
The concentration. the concentration. Oh.
The master at work.
Mm. This other urban dancer's got the. I got one.
I see if you don't notice the texture on the egg. Really what's going to catch your eye, especially when you come this way.
Is that what caught you, man? Does the texture on
Come this way and watch. Let me get out the way so light. Right here with the hands. Actually, you want to brace that's what it is, right?
So
got to explain.
Why do you like that flavor? That flowers?
The symbolism of the way.
And you know I had that in mind when I did it, right?
I know you do.
I'm glad you like it. All the vases. When you say your favorite.
I don't know what's going on. I think I like the same one she likes. I do like this one. For the simplicity of it.
Mm-hmm. And you are a ceramic art teacher, right?
Yeah. I like this thing for the simplicity. I like the
This is the editor of Images Magazine, Shalinda. Say something, Shalinda, about the show.
Hi, this is a very wonderful show. We have a lot of beautiful pictures. And this is nothing compared to what we're going to have going on next weekend at the 626 Gallery, 626
Are you going
South
to come out to
Street.
Are you going to come to the 626 Gallery too?
Oh, yeah.
All right. You going to bring your entourage with you? oh, this is entourage right here.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I only glanced at it.
Yeah, people, they think we're sisters.
Yeah, that'll be okay.
Oh, I like your interpretations of beautiful reality. It's my favorite. I like the blend of it, and particularly fond of the women in the chair.
Oh, okay.
Because it seems
It's after 12 o'clock on the 26th. We're getting close to the end of the third week. I think so far, me and Charles may have compiled about around 85 to 90 pieces so far. Today was the first day I got to go by the gallery and see most of the show put up. We have, at one point, we hadn't factored in framing the works. And we're going to try to rough it, but as we started to deal with each one of the gallery owners, we started figuring out we need to frame the pieces. So that was another expense we added in at the last minute. But the pieces turned out pretty nice. I think the biggest word I could use to define what's happened the last 3 weeks is experimentation. Gave us a chance to fool around with some things that we haven't fooled around with before, and that probably developed maybe 2 or 3 pieces that will send me another direction in my personal work. But right now, this is winding down. Usually around 11, 12 o'clock, I'm ready to go and take a rest for the next day. I've got 2 masks I just finished, made out of palm fronds, which you really like. Old palm leaves that fell off of palm trees. And basically, here they throw them away. But they have an odd shape, odd organic shape. So trying to make something out of them has been pretty interesting. Me and Charles did 2 that are in the gallery already. And I just finished 2 today, which I'm going to try to get into the show for this weekend. And then we'll pack down and prepare to move the show down to LA for next weekend, which we may be doing the first part of the week. So I'm still rolling. It's 12 o'clock. I'm tired. I've been here since early this morning, and I'm getting ready to go and take a small rest for tomorrow on the 27th. Till then, I'm going to be trying to get back in here in the morning. Before I leave out of here tonight, I'm going to show you what I've been working on. This is a palm frond, in case you have never seen one. Very hard, a little wood-like. This piece falls off of a palm tree. And it's got a pretty like wood finish surface on it, but we usually prime it first. This is the start. What I've done is I've gone back and I paint on top of it to make mine look like a mask. And this is pretty cool because here you are trying to do something that's symmetrical on something that's organic. So it's not very symmetrical, but I tried to do something that looked Afrocentric that has a nice little feel to it. This is the second one I've done, so I've had a little bit of practice. And you can see pretty hard on the inside. We'll straighten that up in the back. Actually, in the gallery, they have these lights on the wall, which they put these over top of lights and lights coming from behind. It's kind of cool to use it as like a sconce, which is pretty cool. This is my palm mask number 2. Along the way, I figured, well, hey, doing this kind of seriously, so I came up with one that was really funky. That's this guy right here. If this doesn't make you smile, I don't know what does. With those eyes. Again, this is something you're trying to make something symmetrical out of it. But the bottom line is that if this doesn't make you smile, I don't know what does. So, this is what I've been working on tonight, or actually most of the day. I'm going to take both of these down to the gallery, and you're going to see what people's overall responses are going to be. And I think they're going to end up liking it.
Deborah, you act like you watching television.
I am. Yeah, I am.
So that
Look at all those vessels we did that year. We were some painting fools that year.
I'm looking at all these young people. Every time I look at a picture of a younger you, I think I'm looking at Mandela.
There's old Cynthia St. James.
Yeah.
And David Labatt.
Pick it up.
Where was this exhibit? Sound like I was in some kind of cave.
Well, I hope y'all enjoyed that trip down memory lane. I don't know who that dude was. I saw a lot of old California folks in that picture. I saw you smiling, Deborah. You were like you were watching television.
Yep. I know those people.
Yes, you do. Well, everybody, we had a long day today. Went over a little longer, but I want everybody to see the film from the very first quarantine. Hopefully, you got a chance to enjoy it and see kind of the groundwork that was laid to do this project. We will be back on again tomorrow. I'm glad that Deborah Shedrick hung out all night with us tonight.
I know, Deborah.
It's past my bedtime.
You know what? It is good to have you. We were excited when you said you were going
Kevin Johnson watched all evening. He watched the whole show.
Oh, way to go, Kevin.
He must be in a different time zone or something.
Yeah.
Thanks for keeping up, Kevin. I appreciate you watching. Hey, Carol Gray, thank you. Thank you for watching. We appreciate you.
Yes, and if you're
I don't know, are you working late tonight, Deborah?
I am diving in the bed.
I think I might be behind you. I think
those are really nice, Deborah. I love those.
I was working on these.
I love those. Those are beautiful.
Yeah, I was working on the LaShawn Bill plate.
Well, I can't pick up what I was working on.
I think I'm gonna stop while I'm ahead.
That's nice.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Well, I would show you what I was working on, but I can't pick it up.
Oh, it's too heavy.
I understand.
Thank you, Carla Jones. I appreciate you checking in and watching the show.
Yes. Thanks for hanging out, guys.
We're going to sign off tonight. Say good night. We will all see you in tomorrow, same time.
In the PM tomorrow.
Same time, same station.
That time. All right, Deborah.
Have a good night.